take for granted any of the expansion and or connections that we have. We have been able to expand very quickly, and we have an amazing network of subject matter experts throughout the country and the world that we work with regularly. So if anyone needs anything, you can always call me and ask as far as that goes, because we understand that the need, especially through a lens of COVID, which is kind of how actually all of this started, has really shined light on systems and different things that we've been doing for years and decades and generations, and that might not be working, right? So, I also feel like in the trauma-informed movement, I guess we could call it, as it continues to grow, one thing I've learned is, this has been happening for a really long time. And it's been very siloed. It's been very, I'm not speaking for people, but I feel maybe even isolating because you don't necessarily know what other communities are doing. You don't know what other states are doing. You don't know what other organizations are doing. And really, we have a two-pronged approach to, have partners that can cross-collaborate, that they can cross-share information, that they can network and learn from each other, which is actually one of the reasons that we decided to do this summit. We believe that criminal justice reform and restorative justice are, one of the heartbeats of our country, and also through a lens of mental health and trauma awareness. At the end of the day, we all have been some way affected, whether it's on the news and a distance, and that tapping into that secondhand trauma of seeing something and not being able to do anything about it, and how it affects us and our emotions and our own personal experience, versus actually every day, day in and day out, dealing with burnout, things of that nature. So we really want to have bigger conversations that do a couple different things, that they show, what has been done, but also bring hope to what we can do. And so this opportunity over the next 3 days to show cross collaboration, for us to be able to learn and glean from each other, from our own personal experiences, from our own stories, and also, from our organizations. So we're really super excited. I will say that I am beyond humbled. I live in a space of lots of grounding with this work, as well as just overwhelmed with emotion because of the work that we're doing. With that, I asked that you all could do me a favor and stand up for a moment, if you wish, also virtually as well. If you are sitting, if you could please stand and close your eyes. And I want to just take a moment for us to just pause and really kind of just breathe and relax and take time to just clear our minds. We all are extremely busy. We all have a lot going on. We all have numerous things that are affecting us in our environment on every level. And we really just want to be open and be receptive and allow ourselves also space to heal, to grow. And with that, I want everyone to know that this is a safe space. This is a safe space for being able to express emotion. I understand that a lot of the topics and things that will be talked about could be very emotional and intense and energetically charged. And we ask that you would just allow space for yourself to be able to feel these things. If you need to step out at any time, if you need to walk away, that you, for you personally, that you can take time for you in this. So thank you all. You can have a seat. Thank you. Okay. I would need to check the time first. I know how much time I have. I have to think about this for a moment. It's a lot, sometimes putting ourselves in vulnerable positions where we really are vulnerable can be a very scary experience, can be very challenging and can also, you know, tap into our own anxiety and our own insecurities and things of that nature. So full disclosure, that's where I'm at right this moment. So yeah, I struggle with this because our goal and purpose is to amplify the voice of organizations who are doing amazing work. And so I sometimes forget that the reason that I'm here is because of my own journey, and thus the reason that you're here. You know, one thing is we all have experience some form of trauma in our life. Some people more than others. But one thing that we do all have in common, and this is where we really have a paradigm shift, I almost think that we're at, is we have this collective community trauma now of COVID. And I think that is possibly even our missing link, as you know, as far as that connectivity piece goes. Here's why. You know, I mean, when you look at things like, you know, before the Industrial Revolution, you know, all the trauma that everyone went through, all the things that were, you know, very traumatic, but then ultimately all of the amazing, innovative things that came out of it. And, you know, while things can be very hard to deal with, loss can be a very big thing. You know, the things that do have the opportunity, and the positive things to come out of those experiences, you know, it carries almost that level of hope, and almost even excitement. And I feel like that's where we're at right now. So, you know, we are collectively in a space where I think that I can speak only for myself, but I know that I still struggle sometimes going to the grocery store or being in large crowds, or, you know, trying to force myself to go to my kids', you know, school function. You know, as a parent right now, I'm dealing, you know, I have a 14-year-old son. You know, the things I know that I am struggling with as a parent. Sometimes my sense of hopelessness and not knowing how to reach out to him directly, you know, dealing with my own things at the same time, trying to parent, you know, as we to try to navigate where we have come from, where we are, and where we're going. And I think that we have a lot of opportunity here to really, through that lens of healing, and we're all in this together, you know, that is it. And that is where we're at. So while some of us have experienced different levels of trauma in our lives, we all have this in common now. We all have this connecting point. And so, you know, I think that it really creates an opportunity for us to grow, not just for ourselves, but our communities, our, you know, our organizations, us as individuals, our families, and really have these bigger conversations. So my own journey has, I do not take lightly the life I've lived. It is filled with a little bit of trauma. You know, one person's trauma is not another person's. You know, we all can experience the same event and all experience it very differently, because of our past and different things that we've been through. When I was a little girl, I always wanted to help people. I wanted to actually be a missionary. And interestingly enough, as a teenager, I was given that opportunity. By the time I was 18, I'd been to 12 different countries. I had went to school abroad, and I really was able to experience life and understanding that not an average person has lived. Well, you know, I've had experiences that are great and cool. You know, I've also had some things that I've had to work through, and some healing experiences. You know, when I was 12, my stepdad adopted me. You know, I've experienced, you know, normal family dynamics when I was my parents got divorced. You know, things of that nature that, you know, we all have these experiences in our lives. And through those situations, you know, how has my own healing journey been affected? You know, how have I grown? How have I learned to forgive? how have I, learned to heal from these things that I've experienced? And it's been very, very interesting and a very long journey. And one thing I've learned, though, along my healing journey is that it never ends. I don't know, I'm not a social worker, I'm not a licensed clinician, but I do know my own story. And that is one thing that I do know. My healing journey is a continual. So when I came back to the States in the 2000s, I will fast forward and probably backtrack a lot in this as well. I am actually also a former Army wife and actually also a former elected official's wife. So I tell you that because I have a very broad life of service that I believe has brought me to where I am today, and the experiences that I've had that have really been able to shape not necessarily WeHealUS as a whole, but me as an individual, being able to have the capacity to be in a constant state of, trying to serve and heal. I've went through a lot along that journey, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I think that there's some specific things that have happened to me, that I've experienced throughout my journey that I want to share with you, that have really kind of shine the light on trauma for me personally. Some very important moments. One of those moments was in my career, I worked as an assistant property manager. And during that time, I worked a lot with mentally ill individuals who needed just lots of care. And I don't want to use that word, actually. See, this is all part of the learning curve, right? Where we're being trauma informed and trauma sensitive. Individuals that needed some more mental health. And one of those times, I was helping an ill woman. I was very, very close to her. And I saw her every day. She got in trouble a lot. She got in trouble all the time. She always was breaking rules. She smoked crack. She was a very, bad influence on other residents. But she became my friend. And the reason that she did is, and I understand this now, is because I gave her boundaries. I checked on her. I would tell her, that I needed her to stop creating ruckus, and, just wreaking a bunch of havoc. One day, she came in and she said, I need to show you something. And she handed me a photo and she said, you see this boy right here? This is my son. When he was 8 years old, he hung himself in a tree. And through my own, I think, self-righteous, lens, I really had a moment of, oh, wow. And it was in that moment that I realized if I was this woman, I would be smoking crack also. And it really, as a mother, I was like, okay, this makes sense. And not that it's justifiable for her behavior by any way, shape, or form. But that moment in time was a pivotal moment for me because I was able to say, wait, it's one moment, one traumatic experience. It's one thing that we go through that forever changes the course of our lives. And for her, that was her thing. How she chose to deal with it, how she chose to cope with it, how she chose to, move on from it, maybe through the lens of society was not the best way. Maybe was a little destructive, maybe was, not the best way to handle it. But in the environment that she was, with the support that she had, in the community that she lived, she did the best that she had. And it was in that moment that I realized I can't be the bulldog anymore to these residents. While they need boundaries, while they need to, understand, that their behavior is not acceptable. There is this component of every single person that I meet, their actions are because of their past. And I think that that's really an opportunity that we have in the trauma-informed and mental health realm moving forward, to get away from this, these big words and these big things, and go back down to that individual level. Whether you're dealing with a client one-on-one, or, a coworker, or, your neighbor. I can honestly say that lens of that moment in time has helped me deal with, narcissistic bosses, things of that nature, getting to know them, getting to understand and understanding their trauma, their past, and why their behavior is what it is now. I think that transcends, and as you will hear from some of our speakers throughout the course of the next 3 days, that is it. When you look at, our justice system overall, it's one moment. It's one time getting pulled over. It's one time being in the car at the wrong time. It's one time being at, the wrong place at the wrong time. And those are the things that change us, that transform who we are, and that we have to learn to navigate from, the rest of our lives, and that become a part of who we are. We all have experienced loss in some form and fashion. And another story that I wanted to share with you is, in fact, it literally someone that I know just yesterday texted me about this specific incident. And I haven't talked to this person for numerous years. And they sent me a photo of this person that I'm getting ready to share a story about. And I was like, this is very timely. So I digress. Also, when I was working in this space, these individuals that I worked with weren't just, I wasn't just like their landlord, right? They were happened to also be the constituents for my ex-husband in the district that we were in. So for me, through my service lens, it wasn't just, a lens of, oh, these are people, I need to help them, I need to just get their rent and let them be. To me, it was very personal, which is how I actually got involved more so with homelessness, getting people off the streets, social work in general, creating wraparound services, and, providing, these collective, organic services that could really step in. So there was a gentleman that I worked with, and I generally would take him with me to go. He was one of the maintenance guys. I would generally take him with me to go and be the bulldog, as it were. One, because sometimes my life was in danger, so I needed, more than one person to, help me through those moments, so I wasn't alone, and also just to, have backup, as it were. So one day, he and I were in the elevator getting ready to go help someone, and it was not in the purview of my job duty. They were having a mental health crisis, and we needed to go assess the situation to see if we needed to call CIT. And he looked at me and he said, you don't have to save everyone. And I said, but I can try. And he wasn't necessarily wrong, but for me, it was personal because those people meant something to me, because I began to see them through a different lens. They weren't just a resident. They weren't just, someone, that I was there, just putting in time for. These individuals were people now that I was helping them get food, making sure that they were taking their medicine, making sure that they weren't hurting themselves or other people. And I share that with you to say, interestingly enough, a few years after that, that gentleman himself committed suicide. And as someone who is in a life of service and wants to help anyone and everyone along the way, ultimately him having that experience with me, knowing, and I couldn't save him. And, that's a very real thing. It's a very real thing, specifically with what we want to do and what we want to accomplish. Understanding that we are up against very big systems. We're up against very big narratives. We're up against very big, negative things that are happening right now on a very big level. And they seem to be spiraling out of control daily. And, it can be very overwhelming. It can be very, as we continue on our own journeys, it can be very, burdensome for ourselves, but then also this burden that we carry to want to invoke positive change elsewhere. So through that lens, for me, yes, everything that we're doing is extremely amazing. And I am forever grateful for that we can help facilitate the work that everyone else is doing, that we can help, create this this cohesive, unified voice, that we're not alone, that we do have these opportunities to grow and to be together and to really change the narrative, to be able to change systems, to be able to collaborate. But for me, it doesn't matter if there's 500 people in this room or there's just one, because that's what it's about. It's about one life. It's about helping one individual. It's, taking things back from this, global organizational structure back to connecting one person at a time. And really that's where I think we're going to find that is how we're going to heal. Going back to those spaces, going back to talking to our coworkers again, going back to allowing ourselves space to, get a different job, to take a day off, to, take your kids out of school and, have a pause day, to be able to allow ourselves the space and grace to be able to heal ourselves, where we're not stuck in these constant wheels, but also to be able to share that space and grace and hold space for our neighbor, for, people that are colleagues, for people that we, don't know even. I think that technology is great and it has a lot of amazing potential, and is going great places, but understanding that the isolation that we all felt through COVID, the aloneness that we felt, sometimes I think people are still struggling with that as well. That we have an opportunity now to bring it back to one-on-one, to really create and cultivate an atmosphere and environment of healing. And we don't have to have the right words. We don't have to have, all of these big systems necessarily and programs. Yes, they're great and they're needed 100%. And that's our goal and our purpose is here to support you in that. But at the end of the day, that person that you're talking to at the grocery store, that you're, taking an extra step for kindness. What do they say about depression? The number one way to get out of depression is to help someone else. Something that seems so simple and seems so out of our comfort zone of what we want to do really has the opportunity to make a huge difference on a very global level. Now, how does that specifically all go back to where we're at and why we're here? One, if I had not had those experiences, if I had not been through those things, I wouldn't be here, nor you would be here. And I can honestly tell you that is a very heavy thing and a lot for me to constantly carry. And I have a very big, long story with a lot of trauma and healing in between. But understanding that component, and then also as it does go back to the criminal justice system, as it does go back to, you know, restorative justice, as it does go back to changing these systems, that is where it all is. It's that one-on-one, one at a time, you know, changing the narrative, changing, having conversations, feeling supported, you know, being able to learn from each other, to be able to think outside of the box, to be able to, you know, have these opportunities one person at a time, to be able to grow, to allow ourselves space where we can grow, where we can continue to heal, and where we can really be present with ourselves, where we're at, our organizations. And to me, that's the key. That's the key of how, you know, we're going to get there. There is none of this is a rule book, right? None of this is a, you know, one system works, one program doesn't, one thing that works, one thing doesn't. You know, allowing ourselves to change our mind, allowing ourselves to take that step back and say, you know, this is working, let's keep with it. You know, this isn't working. You know, how does that look? So I think that it's very important for us to be able to have space for those conversations.
That's great. And also, I'll be very honest, I didn't realize it was Central Time. And so we actually have a meeting. So if we get finished a little early, it may keep us it may let us keep our schedule on. So I'm Carey Sipp. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at PACES Connection. And I have with me Dr. Porter Jennings-McGarrity, who is our Continuous Quality Improvement Director and also our Justice Consultant. And we, Heather, want to congratulate and honor what you're doing in starting this. It is and I hear my Zoom is freezing. How bad is it? Should I stop my video? If I stop my video, does that help?
Okay, go ahead and speak some more.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
You're coming through fine.
Okay, maybe I need to close out a couple of windows. While I do that, I will let Dr. Porter Jennings-McGarrity speak a minute, and I will send her the link to our slides, and then she can share the presentation on her screen while I talk. That's how we roll, right, Porter Jennings-McGarrity?
That's right. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all, and thank you all again for this invitation. We are honored to be here. So as Carey mentioned, she and I work at PACES Connection. And so for those of you not familiar with our organization, we wanted to share a little bit of information for you about what we do over at PACES Connection and how this might be of interest to you. So at PACES Connection, our goal is to support and develop individual advocates and organizational agents of change in transforming communities and organizations to promote trauma-informed practices. And so, Carey, I will let you kind of share a little more, and I will share my screen and get the presentation up and go through the slides for you.
Thank you so much, Porter. So you got the link, and we're in good shape on that count?
Yes.
Okay, y'all, this is how we roll. Just so at PACES Connection, let me go to the slide presentation too, so I can see what I am sharing with you all, what I'm not sharing with you. But so we titled this Leveraging PACES Connection's Free Trainings and Resources to Prevent and Heal Trauma, because we've got a lot of free trainings and resources, and they will help you prevent and heal trauma. So PACES Connection, we started at the beginning of what I call the damdemic, but our collective trauma with the pandemic, and people said, we want to get back to normal. We want to get back to normal. And at PACES Connection, our then CEO, Jane Stevens, says, no. We don't want to get back to normal. We want to create a much better normal. And so that's really where we were headed. We wanted to go and help lift society at this time when we had the racial reckoning of George Floyd's murder and the clear and present unveiling, unmasking of how inequitable our health system is, that we wanted to go from blame and shame and punishment to understanding, nurturing, and healing. And so we wanted to do that because, and I know this from being in 12-step programs for many, many years, when people are asked about their trauma and they get that their trauma has had a huge impact on their lives, their relationships, their addictions, their challenges, their unemployability or whatever, it is so freeing for people to know that they were not born bad, that we're not responsible for the things that happen to us when we're children, that we coped appropriately given that we were offered no other way. What we did kept us alive. And the good news is that we change. We can change. We do change. The brains are plastic, but they want to heal. So I wonder how many of you know about PACE's connection. We can't really do a poll right this minute because we weren't set up for that. But Heather, can you see in the room how many people know about PACE's connection? What we're going to do is we're going to take a trauma-informed approach here, and we're going to just as we would in a trauma-informed approach, walk into a room, and this is the one time, assuming something is okay, assume that everybody in the room has trauma. We'll assume that everybody in the room would like to know about PACE's connection. So PACE's connection supports communities to accelerate the use of PACE's science to solve our most intractable problems, to solve these problems of racism, and of poverty, and of inequity, and of multi-generational trauma, historical trauma. We do this by building a social network for the PACE's science movement. This was the dream of our founder and former CEO, to create a network of people who wanted to apply the science first of adverse childhood experiences to everything they were doing in their lives. And so we've built a social network of, and I checked it this morning, 58,924 members. It is free to join, and I encourage you all to join right now. You can do it on your smartphone. But we are 58,924 members who share best practices based on PACE's science. And we are also, if you go to the PACE's Connection website, you're going to learn that that website is what I call the tip of the iceberg. You can groan if you want to. It's a really bad pun. But we are a community of communities. So behind that home screen, there are 450 or so cross-sector geographic communities and 50 different interest-based communities. And we all share best practices based on PACE's science. And this is huge. We say cross-sector because Jane Stevens, in her wisdom, knew that you needed to have the communities of faith, or the education system, or the justice system. Oh my goodness, judges are crucial to these communities. If a judge is in your community, it's going to help get other people in your community, as well as the mental health community, the social services, the public health community, because when you've got cross-sector groups working together, you've got a much stronger network and a much greater likelihood that your community is going to be sustainable. So how PACE's Connection helps, across the tab at the top of the website, you'll see members and resources and about us and a whole lot of different tabs. But under the resources tab, if you tab down to it, we have a massive resource center that actually is a resource center built the same way libraries build their resource centers. So this was a big deal. We invested heavily in this, but we've got tons of free resources for parents and clinics and mental health providers and journalists and more. And up on the screen right now, you can see the PACES Connection weekly roundup that goes on the home screen of the Resource Center when it comes out each Wednesday. And that is, I think, one of our best free resources because it helps people stay up on the latest information coming out about the science of positive and adverse childhood experiences. So those weekly roundup, and then we also have a weekender e-newsletter. And if you sign up for PACES Connection, you get those. We also help with parenting and stress buster handouts. You'll see the free handouts for that and a whole lot of other types of handouts. And guess what? Most of them are in English and Spanish, and some of them are even in Dari. So one of the big things that we want to share with you all, because this is so important to the work that we do, these communities, these 450 cross-sector geographic communities and the 50 interest-based communities, we invite every one of our members, and we get between 2.5 and 2.9 million visitors to the site every month, people looking for information about the science of adverse childhood experiences and positive and adverse childhood experiences. We invite them to take part in a free and very robust 16-hour program in community building. So I'm going to let Porter talk about those programs and take the next few slides to bring y'all up to speed on these wonderful free opportunities. Thanks, Porter. If that works for you. There we go.
All right. So one of the first things that programs we wanted to tell you about is our Creating Resilient Communities Accelerator program. And if you're new to PACES Connection and wanting to learn more about how you can become involved in advancing trauma-informed practices in your community, this is a great place to start. So in this accelerator program, we offer a number of free sessions that provide information on a variety of topics, including an introduction to PACES science, an overview of how to start trauma-informed initiatives in your community. And then we also have a number of separate events based on specific topics. One of those, for example, is I lead our sessions on trauma-informed criminal justice system reform. And so that might be of interest to many of you in the audience. So I will drop that link in the chat, and Carey, I will hand it back to you.
All right, thanks. You can still hear me, yes? And let's see. So now we are going on to, actually, Porter, well, I'll talk about this one. I can't remember how involved, we were all involved in creating this infographic that we're all very proud of, which is because we do focus on justice, because inequity is a justice issue. Racism is a justice issue. Poverty is a justice issue. All of these big, seemingly intractable problems that we talk about, they're issues of justice. And so we created this infographic, The Path to a Just Society, to help organizations figure out where they are on their path to becoming a just society, whether they're at trauma unaware, or maybe they're trauma aware, or maybe they're trauma informed. And people get real excited about being trauma informed, and the problem or the challenge we have with it is that a lot of people think they are trauma informed, but it really takes staying in the work to be quote unquote trauma informed. And PACE is informed, meaning that you understand the science of positive and adverse childhood experiences, because the beautiful thing about this is, and we'll talk about it just a little bit more later, is that Dr. Christina Bethel out of Johns Hopkins University published a paper with some other people in 2019 that told us that there are actually positive childhood experiences that help prevent adult mental health issues. So this was huge news for us. We changed the name from ACEs Connection to PACEs Connection in March of 2020, which was a wonderful moment to do it. And as the damdemic was starting up, because we all needed something positive. And it also helped us educate parents at that very moment about how important the time was when we were all stuck at home to create positive childhood experiences for our children. So we have that wonderful infographic available. And on these infographics, y'all, you can put your own logo on them. So this one you could put WeHealUS on it. So did I just lose y'all? Hello? My view just changed. Can y'all still see me and hear? Can y'all still hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see any screen for you.
Uh-oh, I don't know.
I was sharing the screen. I am going to have to actually hop off to be at another meeting. So Carey, I don't know if you want to try sharing your screen again.
Yeah, I will do that right this minute. And I'm so sorry that we have to. Let's see. Okay, can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, maybe we're in luck. Thanks so much, Porter, for your help with this. And we'll see. I hope that going to the full screen doesn't make a difference here. But we also have conferences and webinars. And for example, we have our Future of Work, Envisioning a Healing-Centered Workplace in a Just Society. Imagine going to work in a place that was supportive and paid you enough money and made it easy for you to get your children to their mental health or other appointments. We have a justice conference coming up. We have an education conference coming up, and Porter was going to be popping those links into the chat, but since she's gone, I'll pop them in there after we're finished. But so once you join PACEs Connection, you'll be receiving the e-newsletter and e-newsletters, and they will tell you, they will help you stay up to information on all of these. And Heather reposts often on LinkedIn. If you follow Heather, she's great to repost some of the posts that I make on LinkedIn. So just very quickly, and I'll share this PowerPoint with you guys. You know, we really like to look at the whole science of PACEs science, because that's part of the issue with people saying, oh, we're trauma informed. We went to a 3-hour training. Now we're trauma informed. Really, we think that not only do you need to stay in the work, but really understand what's behind PACEs science, the epidemiology, the impact of stress on the brain, the impact of toxic stress on the body, the epigenetic impact. There's a reason, y'all, why Black maternal and infant health in the United States of America compares to that of a global South nation. There's a reason for that. The wear and tear of racism and centuries of racism and chattel slavery and Jim Crow laws on the bodies of Black women and of Native American women and of all women of color have taken their toll. And that is why Native American women, African American women, some Hispanic women are much more likely and much more prone to what I call diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, kidney failure, and stroke. And then the other part of the science that's so important, and this is the good news, yay, is the resilience aspect of it, that the brain is plastic, the body wants to heal, and that when people are supported in community, miracles can happen. When people get in nature, when they are connected to each other, relationships are healing, connection is healing. So just a bit of history, and as I said, I'll share the link to this, but ACEs science came out was published, the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study was published in 1998. I got it in 2019, and it stunned me so much that I put it in a drawer and cried, because one of the stunning statistics is that if you have more than 6 ACEs, on average, people with more than 6 ACEs have their life expectancy cut short by 20 years. And so at the time, I was closing in on 41, and I wondered if I was already on borrowed time. But we knew from the study that, people think this is a poverty issue. It is, but ACEs affect everyone. In the original study of 17,300 adults, yes, they were mostly college graduates or had some college, and they were white. They were actually patients of Kaiser Permanente. They had Kaiser Permanente insurance. And so it was a kind of skewed result. But guess what? It carried that still it goes across all socioeconomic factors about adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences exist in every corner of society. Most of you probably know the original 10 adverse childhood experiences, the key findings, the direct link between childhood trauma and neglect, and that would be physical abuse, sexual abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, loss of a parent due to divorce or suicide, a parent having an addiction issue or a mental health issue, or witnessing domestic violence against the mother, or incarceration of a family member. Those are the 10. So about 2/3 of participants in that first study had experienced one or more types of ACEs. And of those, here's the thing, ACEs aren't just a one and done. They travel in clumps. I mean, if you've got one, it's very likely that you would have 2 or more. And the business about dose-dependent outcomes, that the more ACEs a person has, the higher the risk of medical, mental, social, and economic problems as an adult. This is a slide that shows you the clusters of the types of adverse childhood experiences they are, and the types of outcomes that happen between severe obesity and diabetes, depression, suicide attempts, heart disease, cancer, stroke, COPD, or broken bones. Yes, that's right. If you have a lot of ACEs, you probably will have more broken bones, because risky behavior goes with the territory. And speaking of behaviors, the lack of physical activity, smoking, alcoholism, drug abuse, or use rather, and missed work. And the impact of 4 or more. How am I doing on time, Heather? I want to be very conscious. So I think I have until 10:30 your time, but I'm going to try to wrap it up quickly in case there are any questions. So the health behaviors that people with 4 or more ACEs, we're 10.3 times more likely to use injectable drugs, 7.4 times more likely to be an alcoholic, 12.2 times more likely to attempt suicide, 5.13 times more likely to suffer from depression, and 4.22 times more likely to be diagnosed with dementia. Y'all, it's just huge, because the cost of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And all of these diseases is so great that when you think about how much more easily we could prevent problems, then we can quote unquote try to cure or treat these problems. So we talk about the different types of ACEs, that there are community ACEs and household ACEs and environmental ACEs. And there's actually one that goes even below the community ACEs that I like to talk about, and that is the atrocious cultural experiences, meaning the theft of native lands and the slaughter of Native Americans, the enslavement, kidnapping and enslavement of Africans, the abuse that all of the people of color have suffered in this country since its founding. And so they are really the deep groundwater that feeds a community where substandard schools and discrimination and lack of social capital and mobility and poor quality housing goes in to create the stresses that happen in the families that lead to physical and emotional neglect. I'm going to tell you that I really think that we all need to look at ourselves and how we contribute to this as we work to change policies, as we work to get employers to pay people, as we work to get employers to offer paid family leave. This is a stunning and relatively new statistic. If a child has a horrible first 2 months of life and a terrific next 12 years of life, that child is likely to have a worse life outcome than the child who has a wonderful first 2 months of life and a horrible next 12 years of life. This comes out of a study by Dr. Bruce Perry and several psychiatric nurses. It has been published widely and then republished. And in fact, Oprah Winfrey, on one of her, I forget which one of the shows it is, but when she's interviewing him, she says, and mark my words, she said this last April, but I think that she will be saying a lot more about this in the future. This is so important. These little brains from the 0 to 2 months, that is when the synapses are laid down. And this is what I say about this, that wire a child for connection and trust and being able to learn, or that wire a child for isolation and distrust, and that in kind of inherent ability to seek and find danger and trouble. So it is so important, and there's so much that we could do in the first 2 months of life to help take care of people and support people and help prevent the later issues that show up as learning problems and behavioral problems, and then turn into juvenile problems and help feed that school to prison pipeline. So, and if we don't take a look at this really systemically, if we don't take a look at it where we work, where we play, where we educate our children, where we worship, where we shop, where we go to the doctor's office, where we get our cars fixed, we're not really looking at the problem with as much fidelity as we could, because we've got to start preventing these adverse childhood experiences and promoting these positive childhood experiences at every turn in our lives if we're going to make a difference. And we've got to keep it up. We got to quantify it, and we have to perpetuate it. So how do we do that? We teach people about the different types of stress, positive, tolerable, and toxic. We teach people about, the fact that if you have a high number of ACEs, that you're going to have more than likely, public health tells us this is, we don't speak it to the individual yet, but public health tells us that you're more likely to have these issues, but also that there is a road to resilience, that if we help support parents, if we help in our communities to build social connections, if we look to create in our communities concrete support in times of need, and even to prevent some issues by doing as we've done in my state in North Carolina, training literally thousands of people in a model called the community resiliency model, so that when hurricanes hit, as we know they will, or in California, wildfires and storms, or in the middle of the country, catastrophic tornadoes and floods, that we can be ready to help regulate our own central nervous systems and help other people regulate their central nervous systems. Because here's one thing we know about trauma. When you're in a traumatic situation and your brain locks into flight, fight, freeze, or fawn, we're more likely to not make great decisions. But when we can get regulated and we can access the prefrontal cortex, we are able then to help create the path to social and emotional competence and the road to knowledge of parenting and child development. We can function and think and be and not create more problems. So I think that's very, very important. And so why PACES? And again, let's see, I get that it's 1014 there. Why PACES science? Because it's about so much more than just about resilience. It's about these 7 positive childhood experiences. Y'all, as I talk about these, think about the ones that happen in community. Okay, ability to talk to family about feelings. Family stood by you in hard times. Participated in community traditions. Felt a sense of belonging in high school. I don't know who really felt that, but some people must have. Felt supported by friends. As a child, were there 2 adults who were not your parents who took an interest in you? And then, did you feel safe and protected by an adult at home? Okay, so 3 of those happen in the home and 4 of them happen in community. And in our communities, if we practice this in a way that we think about the culture of the community in which we're working, and we let the community lead what they want, we can help create some of those community traditions. We can help kids learn how to foster a sense of belonging. We can help kids learn how to be good friends. And we can also help train up adults it really doesn't take that much training, but just to take an interest in a child. And it doesn't have to be some long, extended amount of time. There's a very famous person who wrote a book about hope, Hope Rising, Dr. Chan Hellman of, I always get it mixed up if it's Oklahoma State or University of Oklahoma. I think it's Oklahoma State. He was ready to commit suicide as a teenager, but one person said to him, you know, Chan, you're going to make it. And that one person saying that one thing at that one time kept him from going home to an empty house. Both of his parents had abandoned him, and it kept him from going home and committing suicide. So you never know what a difference you can make. So if you have high ACEs, you're not doomed. If you have low ACEs, you're not in the clear. It's a paradox. The more positive childhood experiences, the better. But embrace all the ACEs and all the PCEs of your life and live that truth that they happen, because people who resist negative emotions, who stuff it down and try to deny the bad stuff that happened, are more likely to have mental health problems. But people who accept their negative feelings and experiences actually show a higher level of well-being and mental health. We can flourish amid adversity. Well, we will flourish amidst diversity. Absolutely, that helps us flourish. And we absolutely can flourish amid adversity. When we have a sense of meaning in our lives, and as Heather said, we help others, the sense of mattering, engagement of life, finding ways to have that sense of accomplishment, and having and seeking positive relationships, spending time in nature. Now, one thing to note that people who are in helping professions, we have usually a higher ACE score than other people. And I think that's just because we want to help other people not experience what we've experienced. But psychological abuse, look at this. People in the helping professions, it's almost five times as much, almost 5 times more likely. Neglect, substance abuse, household dysfunction. That's pretty telling about how much more likely people who want to correct the problem actually lived in the problem as children. Again, I invite you to download and use this 3 Realms of ACEs science, and we're actually working on changing it now to be 3 Realms of PACEs science. And to truly think about equity and equality, we have a tool that helps organizations be more inclusive as they start communities, our diversity, equity, and inclusion tool, and it's free. We do a lot of work getting the word out about great books and other opportunities to learn. We did a series last summer on what happened to you. We've published other information. The point of these slides is that trauma has really become a mainstream topic now. I mean, the pandemic and the racial reckoning and the fact that the body keeps the score, y'all, has been on the New York Times bestseller list for like 3 years now. So people are getting the connection. The Wisdom of Trauma, a great documentary, it's been seen. I'm sorry that I don't remember exactly how many times, but in the millions of times. There's statewide initiatives. New Jersey has a statewide initiative. California has a statewide initiative. Laws and resolutions are being passed in states across the country. States are doing their behavioral risk factor surveillance studies, and we're getting the reports back on that. So states are aware, legislators are aware. And so that's really the end of my presentation. I hope that I haven't frozen all this time, and that I see that there's 6 new messages here. But the big opportunity here is please come to our Creating Resilient Communities workshops. They're usually like an hour long or 90 minutes long. And you start with learning about PACEs Connection and PACEs Science, and then we get into building partnerships in your community. And that's the one that I do to help you think of places you can go to for funding and how you can use that. So I am going to say thank you all so much, and please help me out here since I missed a meeting about our Creating Resilient Communities program to do this. Sign up for the Creating Resilient Communities workshops if you can. Are we good? I need to bounce and get to this other meeting unless there are any pressing questions.
Carey, thank you very much. That's really good. We understand that you need to leave for another meeting. If people have questions for Carey, you can enter them into the chat. And Carey, if you have an opportunity to rejoin the meeting after your meeting, rejoin the event, maybe you could look at the chat and respond to any questions that way. But otherwise, we're going to take a short break here before our next presentation, but which will be at 12:30.
Thank you. I put my email in the chat too. Thank you so much. We appreciate being here.
Oh, that's great to put it in the chat, because then people with questions or comments can send them to you directly. We really appreciate your presentation because it helps frame much of what we're talking about here. Now, when we're talking about, I'll just add from perspective. I haven't introduced myself, but I'm moderating this. I'm David Risley, a former career federal prosecutor. former Director of Public Safety Policy in the Illinois Governor's Office, and I'm now the host of the Justice Voices podcast. And as such, I interviewed their podcast episodes of a number of people who have committed very serious crimes, including murder, gone to prison, got out of prison, and are now doing some wonderful things. So one of the things that I was thinking about while Carey was talking was that not only do positive childhood experiences form something of an antidote to adverse childhood experiences, the same is true with adults. I just refer you to the episode if you want to look at that in Justice Voices. Go to justicevoices.org or the Justice Voices YouTube channel. I'll talk more about this later, and my cards are back in the back. But Michael Tafoya, Chicago native, little village, straight A student, grew up, was getting shot at. His mom was getting shot at. He wasn't part of a gang, but they thought he was because of the neighborhood he lived in. Just, he goes from that to making a decision to become, as he put it, what he feared, and became the most feared gang member in his neighborhood, and ended up going to prison for shooting and killing, killed one guy and seriously wounded the other, and laughed about it at the time. To becoming today, Michael is one of the most gentle, kind, wonderful human beings you could ever hope to meet. And his story of transforming from, from the ACEs to some, instead of PACEs, some positive adult experiences and healing. And now he's a victim advocate and responds to the scenes to help people deal with the trauma. So in other words, it isn't just children where positive experiences can help with healing, adults also. Okay, keeping pretty much to our schedule, we have next Jennifer Ryan from Pathways to Resilience. And I'll just comment, just in the interest of time, we're not going to repeat the full bio for the people who are presenting. You can see that on the WeHealUS.org website. So if you go to that, go down to Justice Summit and just scroll down through, you can see the full bio and a link to the full bio for each of the presenters. So anyway, we have now Jennifer Ryan from Pathways to Resilience. We appreciate you joining us, Jennifer. The time is now yours.
Great. Thank you so much for having me today. As you can see on the slide, I'm Jennifer Ryan. I serve as kind of a dual role as the founder of Pathways to Resilience, but also the executive vice president at Aurora Health Group. And I'll explain that connection in a couple of minutes. I'm so pleased to be here with you today, and it's nice to virtually see some of you. We are so pleased to be working in partnership with WeHealUS, and I just want to thank Heather Proctor for her passion and leadership in this important work. So I'm here today to tell you about the Pathways to Resilience initiative, which we launched about 1 year ago today, almost exactly. I'm going to give you an overview also of some of the incredible work happening across the country, incorporating trauma responsive activities in the justice sector. And I'll then leave you with some resources for further learning and how you can get involved with our work. If we want to go to the next slide. So Pathways to Resilience is a national initiative designed to raise an awareness of the impact of adversity and trauma and to promote cross-sector strategies for preventing and addressing toxic stress. And so we really are focused on also using those positive childhood experiences to improve lifelong health and well-being. And you will see from the graphic here that we are very much focused on a cross-sector approach. We're intentionally engaging across the health, education, justice, early childhood, social services, and housing sectors to advance equitable, culturally responsive, and evidence-informed solutions. We really believe there's no one-size-fits-all approach to addressing trauma, which is why Pathways works to amplify a range of practical strategies. We're very focused on practical strategies and concrete steps states and communities can take to become more healing centered and trauma responsive. Our purpose, we believe, is to help bring these activities to scale as a connector and facilitator across states. Why do we work across sectors? I think you all probably know this very well, but people are touched by multiple systems in their lives, particularly those who have experienced higher rates of trauma and adversity. We know that interaction with systems can be traumatizing and re-traumatizing. And we also know that government has the ability to collaborate and coordinate across systems and across programs to help families navigate the system more effectively. So we feel like that's a really, really important part of this work, is that focus on the cross sector. Next slide, please. And so I'll just say a little bit about Aurora Health Group and Pathways to Resilience as a kind of dual organization here. Aurora Health Group is my consulting firm. We are a national mission-focused health policy and strategic communications consulting firm. We've been in place since 2006, but in 2019, we had the opportunity to get involved in the trauma-informed care movement when we were selected to lead the ACEs Aware initiative in California. In support of the first Surgeon General of California, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, who I'm sure many of you have heard of and know. And our team had the opportunity to shape the direction of that program, including both the policy elements, which were tied to Medicaid in California, Medi-Cal, and also the communication strategy for the program. So we did a lot of work building stakeholder relationships and doing community engagement to try to get the word out about the importance of the work. And so through this work in California, we really saw a need for a forum for state and community leaders to continue to build awareness of trauma and its impacts and to discuss strategies for addressing it. We saw the need for a national organizational home for this work. Next slide. We are so fortunate and have the privilege of collaborating with partners across sectors and at all levels across the country, from national movements to state level initiatives, including our friends at PACES Connection, who you just heard from, and also the Center for Trauma-Informed Policy and Practice, who you'll hear from later in the conference. So we're just thrilled to have all these great partnerships, and we're always looking for more. So if you're interested, please do let us know. Next slide. So I'm going to talk with you a little bit about our goals. I think it's really important when you start an initiative to know where you're headed. And so our goals are grounded in really the recognition and normalization of conversations about the impact of trauma on health and well-being. We want to normalize these conversations. We've learned unfortunately, through the COVID pandemic that it is in fact safe and okay to talk about how people are dealing with some of the isolation and trauma that came out of the pandemic, and it's really important to be able to normalize conversations. Excuse me. I've talked about this, but we promote collaboration across sectors to invest in prevention strategies in particular, and to highlight the importance of positive experiences and protective factors. As all of you know, those positive experiences are such an important offset to trauma and adversity. We also know that community-based interventions are critical to help bring some of these strategies to scale at the state level. So that's another important connection. And through the work of PACES Connection, we are always looking for opportunities to elevate great strategies that are happening at the community level. And finally, we work to prevent and mitigate systemic and intergenerational trauma. We want to work toward a worldview where we perpetuate generational resilience and healing. So those are our goals. Let's go to the next slide. We are guided by an amazing expert advisory committee. When we went to set up Pathways to Resilience, we, called everyone we could think of to try to really make sure we had a wonderful and diverse cross-sector of expertise to inform the work that we're doing. And everyone said yes. It was amazing. And so we have this wonderful advisory committee that helps us, make sure that we're working in the right direction, that we're challenging ourselves where we need to be. And we're really just grateful to that committee. It's composed of a diverse set of state leaders, thought leaders, practitioners, researchers, and individuals with lived experience who provide very valuable input, expertise, and advice to us. And then next we have also a steering committee. And that this was actually our first foray into this work. Was a really wonderful relationship with First Lady Tracy Quillen Carney of Delaware, who is a champion of trauma-informed care and trauma-responsive care and has been doing this work for years. They have an initiative that's well underway called Trauma Matters Delaware, and they were very much the inspiration for some of this work. And so what we ended up doing with Tracy Quillen Carney's help was start a process of talking with other first spouses about what we're trying to do with Pathways to Resilience and get them on board. And as you can see here, we've got a really great cross-section for this steering committee. Really exciting to have our first spouse, Patrick Goodman, also in the group. And he is an amazing champion of this work as well. It's been so just really, really interesting to learn how each of these people are accomplished in child welfare issues and trauma-informed care. In teaching, they all have an angle to their experience that has lent itself to such a great partnership for Pathways to Resilience. And so we're just very thrilled to have their representation. We have social workers, therapists, educators, and as I said, folks in the child welfare sector across the country. So that's been a really great addition and helping to guide the work as well. All right, next I'm going to talk about the Pathways Learning Network. And so if you're looking for more information and more ideas about what's happening across the country, here's where you want to be. We'd love to have folks on this conference join our Pathways Learning Network. It is open to all. And it's a major highlight of our work. It's something that we at our health group have done a lot of learning collaborative type work in our consulting work and in our work in state and federal governments in the past decades. And so it was something that we thought was a really important thing to bring to a national audience, which is really that information and best practices sharing about what's happening out in the world. And we've already had a year worth of sessions. We've really been seeing great growth in our registration. Some of the sessions have had up to 400 people joining us and registered, and it's just been a really great way to highlight promising cross-sector policies and programs. The presenters that we've had include state leaders, national experts, practitioners, as well as community leaders, and from across all sectors. As I've mentioned, we really are making sure that we're highlighting all different sectors in these learning network sessions. And again, really try to leave the audience with concrete and actionable strategies. The sessions are structured much more as a conversation than they are as long presentations followed by formal Q&A. We've really tried to keep them informational and conversational so that people can really share ideas in real time. Some of the topics related to through the Learning Network have included really looking at racism and discrimination as a source of trauma. We had Dr. Roy Wade lead that conversation. We focused on Handle with Care, which is I'm going to talk about in a minute, but it's a partnership between law enforcement and educators designed to mitigate the impact of trauma on children. We did a session on trauma-informed courts as well, and had I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a minute too. We also had a session recently on social and emotional learning. So just some really great and diverse topics. Next slide, Lizzie. Our next learning session is actually taking place later today, so I don't want to be competing with your wonderful conference, but all of our sessions are recorded and posted on our website, along with our written takeaways. So if you do register for an event and you're not able to attend, you'll still receive a link to the recording via email. And we'd love to have folks go ahead and view those sessions in their spare time as well. This particular session today is just really exciting to me. It's talking about trauma-informed and responsive design and architecture. This is an emerging field of study, and we're so lucky to be joined by some of the designers who are on the forefront of this movement. Mike Lindstrom of Studio LA Architects, Dana McKinney of Harvard Graduate School of Design, and Laura Rospert of Shopworks Architecture are going to be having a conversation today. They each work in different sectors, including designing child welfare visitation rooms, early childhood education spaces, as well as urban design and public spaces. And so they're really, and also low income and affordable housing and homeless shelters. So it's really a full range of exposure to this concept of trauma-informed and trauma-responsive design. Another exciting part of this session today, really doing a big commercial here, is that we're going to be joined by former Massachusetts First Lady Lauren Baker. She is the founder of an organization called Wonder Fund in Massachusetts, and they work with youth in foster care, and she has personally worked with the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families to really spearhead a renovation process for more than 60 visitation rooms across the state of Massachusetts to ensure that they reflect trauma-informed design principles. So should be a really great session today, and I invite you to take a look at it after the fact if you're participating in the conference. Next slide. So one of the other things that we focus on a lot in Pathways to Resilience is language. We just believe that it's very important to try to come to a shared understanding of what we mean by certain terms, including the term trauma-informed and the term trauma-responsive. I think you all well know that the emphasis historically has been on the term trauma-informed, that people and organizations as a whole should have knowledge and education about trauma and adversity and the impacts both mentally and physically that they can have on individuals. But, you know, as we've talked about what we want to be with Pathways to Resilience and what our goals are, we decided that being trauma-informed is just not enough. What good is being informed if you don't do something with that knowledge? And so we believe that we all have a responsibility to be proactive and to work to ensure that we're actually incorporating the understanding of trauma and its impacts into all of our interactions, services, policies, and processes. So you'll hear us talk about trauma-responsive care in all of the things that we're doing. Next slide. So we're here today to talk about trauma-responsive actions and activities in the justice sector. And it's such an important topic. And I realize that I probably don't need to tell any of you why it's appropriate to presume that folks within the justice system have experienced trauma. But just to highlight some of the reasons we must incorporate trauma-responsive principles into our justice system, we know that engaging with systems is inherently traumatizing, as I said earlier. The data indeed indicates that more than 80% of court-involved youth and at least 2/3 of incarcerated adults have encountered at least one adverse childhood experience and often have 4 or more. And also that a disproportionate number of people of color are involved in the justice system. And frankly, that system is innately racist. It is working as designed. And so could not be more clear why we need to really take action in this area. So what do we do about it? Let's go to the next slide. We often say we can't eliminate poverty, but we can lessen its impact. The same certainly applies here. We know that we can't completely abolish the justice system, but we could do some things to make it more just. For starters, we believe we can work within the existing boundaries to implement trauma-responsive and healing-focused and resilience-building programs, policies, and practice. That's what Pathways is all about. And then we also can continue to work to implement upstream preventive measures to disrupt that prison pipeline and try to reduce recidivism. The data shows, as you, again, all of you probably well know, the data shows that implementing trauma-responsive training, policies, and programs can help to decrease the number of crisis incidents, increase safety and de-escalation capabilities among staff, and also decrease the chance of recidivism following reintegration. We also believe that trauma-responsive networks of care can connect individuals to the services and resources they need when transitioning back into the community. I'm going to talk a little bit later about the role that the Medicaid program is beginning to play in this work. For the next part of my presentation, I'm going to start talking about some promising trauma-responsive practices in the justice sector that we've learned about through Pathways. This is ranging from actions law enforcement can take when responding to a crime, to trauma-responsive education for judges, to better supporting currently incarcerated individuals. There's a wide range of great work already underway. Many of you may know about this work, so really interested in people's thoughts and comments about these different strategies. So next slide. So the first area we wanted to highlight, and again, many of you probably know about this because Handle with Care is not quite a household name, but certainly something that a concept that has really grabbed hold in a number of different states across the country. I believe about 24 states at least have Handle with Care programs in communities across the country. Handle with Care is a partnership between law enforcement and educators that's intended to be really a low risk, low investment, yet high outcome way to support youth who may have witnessed or been involved in an incident that involves law enforcement or first responders. So in the case where police are called to a scene where a child is present, the Handle with Care approach is that the law enforcement agency or first responder will take the step to proactively inform the administration at the child's community school that they should handle that child with care. And the idea of this is that it enables teachers, counselors, and school administrators to be aware of and watch for signs that the child has experienced something traumatic the night before or the day before. To protect the family's privacy, the program doesn't provide details about what happened, but it provides enough information to give teachers insight into what might be influencing the child's behavior in school that next day. Children, as you all know, children might be withdrawn, emotional, or even act out. They may need accommodation outside the classroom to help them feel safe and stable. And Handle with Care is designed to help teachers, excuse me. Handle with Care is designed to help teachers respond to those behaviors with the context of what might have happened and in a trauma responsive manner. Pardon me, the allergy season has finally gotten to me. Anyway, I'm sure many of you know about Handle with Care programs in your communities, but I think it is such an important and great concept. Next slide, please. The next example I'm going to point to is the Virginia Alternative Accountability Program. This program is rooted in restorative justice principles by providing an alternative to traditional criminal justice to first-time juvenile offenders. In this model, individuals are assigned to either a restorative justice process, such as restitution or community service or physical repair in the case of vandalism, or to an education class related to the offense that they have committed, and as an alternative to incarceration or that type of punishment. The process is designed to allow the victim also to be actively involved in the resolution of their case. In many cases, the offender is encouraged and has the opportunity to make amends to the victim, both figuratively and literally. And the offender then has the opportunity to take ownership and accountability for their behavior while also developing social awareness and avoiding some of the long-term risks associated with involvement in the justice system. In the end, hopefully it creates a stronger community also by reducing recidivism. Many other jurisdictions have also adopted these types of restorative justice programs for youth offenders. And it's also a way to address disparities and inequities in the justice system and ultimately disrupt the prison pipeline for young people. Another really great example, and this was the topic of one of our Learning Network sessions, Judge Sheila Calloway from Davidson County, Tennessee, established Restorative Justice in Tennessee, which is a program that's also designed to help prevent youth from committing subsequent crimes by making amends with victims and the community. Philadelphia, is another example, has a diversion program that focuses on restorative justice mediation between victims and offenders. And that's combined with programs like financial empowerment, community service, or workforce development training. So they combine making the amends with training. The goal of all these programs are to reduce recidivism and keep young people in the community and out of incarceration. And they are deeply aligned, we think, with trauma responsive principles that we're working toward. Next slide. The next example I'm excited to point to is Hawaii. Hawaii has done some amazing work, both under the previous administration and also with the new governor is also really focused on this work. And we are so thrilled to have the first spouse join our steering committee this year. Because studies suggest that maintaining family ties and parent-child relationships is linked to post-release success, lower rates of recidivism, and fewer parole violations, Hawaii passed legislation to establish a family and child-friendly visitation and resource center within a local correctional facility. And so the goal of the facility is to reduce trauma and re-traumatization for children with incarcerated parents, and also to encourage visitation and relationship building in a positive setting. So let's go to the next slide. And also in Hawaii, their youth correctional facility over the last couple of years has undergone numerous reform efforts to try to divert young girls from incarceration. This was a massive effort that was the result of collaboration between the state legislature, community programs, and advocacy organizations like the Vera Institute in Hawaii. And the legislature decriminalized low-level youth offenses like prostitution and other offenses, and worked together with numerous community organizations to get early interventions in place as alternatives to incarceration. In 2022, they are so proud to report that they achieved their goal of having no girls in an incarceration facility for the first time in history. So that is pretty amazing. It's such a great model for the nation to work toward. All right, next example is North Carolina, created in partnership between the North Carolina Chief Justice's Task Force on ACEs-Informed Courts and the Bolsh Judicial Law Institute's Trauma-Informed Court Program at Duke University. There is a huge resource that distills information about trauma-informed courtroom practices for the judicial branch and also for staff, and use in daily interactions with their court visitors and participants. And so they developed something called a bench card that really aims to address the significant number of youth who have experienced trauma who are in the justice sector. It is literally a trifold document that offers strategies to prevent re-traumatization in courtroom procedures, offers key considerations for dispositions and decision-making related to the youth in front of them. It has some strategies around de-escalation and communication and listening, and more. It's just a really great example of something that can be used in a real way. There's some other great examples. If we go to the next slide, in Maryland, they passed legislation last year that requires their judiciary to develop a training program on infant and child brain development and the impact of ACEs, trauma, and toxic stress for judges that are responsible in child custody cases and cases involving child abuse or intimate partner violence. Florida passed some legislation in 2020 that requires their court educational council to develop a standard curriculum on secure attachment and the impact of trauma on child development for judges responsible for child dependency cases. And Nevada in 2021 now requires any person whose job puts them in regular contact with youth in the justice system to complete training every 2 years on implicit bias and cultural competency, including ACEs and trauma. And finally, Texas requires attorneys on the court-appointed list for child protection cases to complete a training program on trauma-informed care and how trauma affects children in the conservatorship of the Family and Protective Services Department. So again, this is nowhere near a comprehensive list of wonderful and important strategies that are underway across the country, but it's meant to just give you a sampling of some of the legislative and programmatic work that we focus on through Pathways to Resilience. Let's go to the next slide. And I'm almost finished with my presentation, but one more thing that I wanted to just really highlight for all of you is the Medicaid program. The Medicaid program is the program I've spent my entire career working on, and so it is a little near and dear to my heart. It was also a core element of the ACEs Aware initiative in California that we ran. The Medicaid program in that case was able to pay for screening for adverse childhood experiences and trauma. There's more than 1 million children and adults have been screened for adversity and trauma in California, and things are continuing to progress. So we think that the Medicaid program is a really important policy lever in helping to advance this movement of trauma responsive care. And it's also an important policy lever in the justice sector that I'm going to tell you about. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the Medicaid program, it provides health insurance coverage for lower income people in every state in the country. Medicaid is administered by the states within federal parameters, and the federal government provides between 50 and 90% of the funding for the program. And that's determined based on the per capita income in each state. As many of you probably know, the Affordable Care Act gave states the opportunity to expand their Medicaid coverage to single adults, so that's adults without children, not caring for children, with 90% federal support. And this has been a highly controversial issue, but today 41 states have adopted the Medicaid expansion, which is pretty amazing progress. The reason I wanted to bring up Medicaid in this presentation is that there's been an exciting new development in the past about year and a half. The federal government is now encouraging states to set up systems that will enroll individuals who are incarcerated into Medicaid coverage before they're released, up to 90 days before they're released. Federal rules have historically prohibited people from having Medicaid coverage while they're incarcerated, but this new approach is a huge step in the direction of providing more immediate access to care for people coming out of incarceration. As you can imagine, by enrolling people in Medicaid before they're released, they can get prescriptions ordered, they can schedule mental health visits, and they can get recovery supports put in place as they re-enter their communities. And that's, I think, very important connections to moving toward trauma responsive care as part of this. California is the first state to have this policy formally approved. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Utah, and Vermont followed close behind. But I think to date, more than 15 states have requests pending with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to expand this eligibility coverage to Medicaid for people coming out of incarceration. So just wanted to let you all know about that. Keep an eye on it in your states and communities. And I think it could be another really important pathway to advancing trauma responsive care. Finally, next slide. I wanted to just leave you with a few resources from Pathways. All the programs I've mentioned and policies are in our online resource library. Our website has an extensive library that's searchable. You can search by topic or by state or by sector. You can really look at things in any different combination of ways. And it contains legislative, judicial, and executive actions, as well as state action plans and reports, toolkits, learning modules, and research all on trauma and resilience related topics. So we spent about 6 months putting this together, and it is quite an impressive compendium of policies and programs. It's really exciting. A lot of the project examples that I pointed to during this presentation are found in the compendium that's highlighted on that slide there, the Charting the Path to Healing and Resilience. So I invite you to take a look at that. All right, next slide. Oops. Oh, sorry, Lizzie, go back one. I forgot to finish my presentation. There we go. Sorry about that. We also have a blog where we post news pieces and videos that highlight experts and organizations that promote healing. We also have a job board now that features jobs related to trauma responsiveness. So if you have positions open, please submit them to the job board. We'd be very happy to promote those jobs, and be sure to email us so that we can share them with our networks of like-minded people. So now I'm ready for the next slide. Great. So I just want to thank all of you for having me today. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be with you and to also learn from the incredible lineup of speakers we have coming. So I am very happy to take questions. I don't have to leave right away. So I'm happy to take questions, or you can follow up with me afterwards. Me or my two co-leads for Pathways to Resilience, which are on the next slide. Lauren Block and Tanya Schwartz are our co-leads for Pathways to Resilience, and they would be very happy to talk with you in more depth about what we're doing, about the work we're doing. If you're interested in any part of being in a learning network, if you want to share your work with others by speaking on a learning network, or you have an idea for a topic you think we should cover, please feel free to reach out to any of us, and we would love to talk more with you about the work you're doing. So thank you again for having me, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now wait, as far as questions, okay, so we have two audiences. We have the remote audience, which has got about 30 people in it right now. And then we have a smaller in-person audience. It's a lot easier to handle the questions from the in-person people because you can interact with the presenters because of our technology here directly. So if anybody has questions, but in the remote audience, if you will post any questions in the chat, Jennifer, you should be able to see the chat.
I'm so sorry.
And okay,
All right.
Heather's back there
We need to use
working with the lights. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Jennifer, you should be able to see questions that are in the chat. And if you do, because people in the in-person audience won't be able to see that, if you want to respond to any of those, just read the question or paraphrase the question and respond accordingly. Before doing that, just an observation. You know, one of the things, and I'll talk about this later, I'm now the last speaker at 3:30 today on the agenda, so I'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about this. But you were talking about, Jennifer, the manifestation of trauma in schools and responses to that, identifying those symptoms and responses to it. One of the things that I became interested in my duties as the policy advisor to the Illinois governor for criminal justice and public safety was, of course, how do we reduce gun violence in Chicago and other places in Illinois and around the country? Well, the connection between early exposure, chronic exposure to trauma and crime, particularly violent crime, is dramatic. One of the things that there was, some of you may be familiar with his work, the criminologist by the name of Lonnie Athens studied dangerous violent people. These are people at the high end of the spectrum of violence, and people who have essentially violence has become part of their persona. And so what he studied through direct, personal, extended interviews with over 100 of them, I'm sure it's way past that by now, was to try to find out what brought them to that, what made them that way. And he made the comment that if people were to see them at the beginning of this process, they would probably feel a lot more empathy than antipathy. And what does the beginning of this process look like? Well, stage one was brutalization, exposure to personal violence, being the victim of violence, or witnessing violence against loved ones, like domestic violence, their mother or siblings being beaten or whatever, other forms of domestic violence, or community violence, where they see things happen in their community, and also having somebody coaching them and saying the way to deal with this is to become violent. And this all happens in this brutalization stage that he was able to identify in these people that they experienced early on. Well, what's the symptom of that? Well, stage two of this progressive process of violentization is what he calls belligerence or defiance. So in school, let's suppose you've got a student in a class who's belligerent, defiant. There's the classic response is, this kid needs a little bit of attitude adjustment and some sort of punishment or something like that to contain him. A trauma informed, and Jennifer, is you call it trauma responsive response, might be to say, uh-oh, this is an early symptom of someone who has experienced brutalization in their home, in their community, and this is manifesting itself now with some of these belligerent sometimes violent responses whenever they feel subjugated, because the brutalization process, they feel helpless, subjugated, and the defiance and the belligerence is a pushing back against that manifests itself in school or other church or any of these other situations. And so one of the best ways to reduce gun violence is to reduce the number of children who go through this, brutalized children go through this process, to be able to have some effective trauma-informed identification of a problem and trauma-responsive responses to that, to head it off. Yeah, it looks like there's a question in the chat. Can you see that?
I see a comment that is just remarking that we see the same, sort of response as you described in preschoolers as well, right? So it goes all the way back to even before elementary school, an average of 250 students expelled from pre-K a day in the United States, says Carey.
Okay, well, Jennifer, I have a question for you. When I was in the governor's office, one of the things that struck me was that there's just an abundance of information about how to intervene to prevent crime, prevent violence. And trauma is a common theme. It's not the only one, but it's a major driving factor of crime and especially violent crime, chronic violent crime, street crime. The problem wasn't knowing what to do, what could be done. The problem was one of resources, what I call the resource riddle. So as you've looked at across the state, you're talking to people, they're dealing with this in a lot of different ways in their states. We're in a situation, I think it's fair to say, that in virtually every state, it's not like, well, let's just raise taxes a little bit more and we've got more money that we can spend on these programs. It's become a zero-sum game. You can't increase funding for mental health or any other trauma-informed care, any of these things, without taking it from something else, which is why I call it the resource riddle. And I can guarantee you that while it's easy to talk about it in a conference setting, if you're in the governor's office and you're working with the budgetary people, it really is a riddle. So do you have any insights from talking to people across the country in your programs of how people are approaching solving the resource riddle?
Sure. I think I'm going to draw from a little bit of our Pathways work and then a little bit of my time. I spent about a dozen years working in the federal government on Medicaid. And so, so my belief is you are right that there's always, you want to do one thing, there has to be an offset from someplace else. One thing about the Medicaid program that has become new and different within the existing parameters. Obviously, there are still costs involved, but is that the Medicaid program and sort of the concept around health coverage has broadened both at the state level and the federal mindset that social drivers of health, right? It started 10, 15 years ago where we're starting to recognize the impact that social drivers of health have on health outcomes, right? And I think now the next phase of what's been happening in that conversation is that the government, the state and federal governments are starting to invest resources in for example, supporting housing, so, helping people secure and stay in a stable housing arrangement, which then helps them have better health outcomes in the long run. And so starting to allow the Medicaid program to kind of play a broader role in prevention of circumstances, I think is a really important opportunity. The program's in place, right? The program's in place. All states have them. And so sometimes you have to be creative within the parameters that are there to think about ways to pull different levers to make the programs work and to, basically be modernized about what is needed today. It used to be that the Medicaid program really didn't pay for much in the way of substance use disorder treatment, but we have an opioid crisis and an opioid epidemic that's been going on now for far too long, and the Medicaid program has stepped up to help support states, or to help through states to help support people in getting residential treatment for their substance use disorders. So, I think you've got to leverage the programs that are in place today, because that's a lot easier than getting Congress to pass new legislation. And then I think the other thing, and this is harder, but is thinking about braiding funding, right? Thinking about ways to, when you especially have programs that serve the same population, like child welfare and Medicaid, for example, thinking about advocating for braiding of funding so that existing resources can be used more efficiently and effectively to achieve goals. So those are just two things to think about.
Well, I think those are really valuable observations and comments. One of the things that impressed me, there were some schools in Illinois that have been successful in working with service organizations, behavioral health service organizations, that in turn have been successful in obtaining funding for their services in schools, including elementary schools, secondary schools, through private insurance. The insurance that is carried by the parents of the students who need the services. And that was interesting to me, because to your point about using existing resources, those are existing resources. It doesn't involve the schools that are taking advantage of these social services are not paying anything for it. And the social service agencies are being paid. And how? Through tapping into private insurance of the parents of the students who need it. So being creative about how to use these resources like you're talking about is one of the answers. Anyway, are there any other questions that let's see, there's a couple of comments in chat. I don't know if they're questions. Since I can't see them, is there anything, Jennifer, you want to respond to?
I am not seeing any other chat comments at this point.
All right, we've got a question here.
Have you seen any movement or where might Medicaid be on covering individuals who are placed or incarcerated in the justice system? There's a real gap, particularly as you know, as they're leaving and being released. There's a gap. First of all, they're not receiving the services paid for by Medicaid in those systems. So the sheriff's departments are trying to raise community mental health funds or other types of funds to do mental health services in the jail. And then when they're released, there's a lag of days or weeks before, say, they can get their prescriptions for Medicaid assisted recovery or for schizophrenia medication or things like that. So what do you see on a national level as far as movement of covering individuals who are placed in the justice system?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And back from my time when I was at CMS, I learned, I remember this was, going on 10 years ago, but I remember just being like, why is this policy in place? Why, the person could be enrolled in Medicaid, receiving, benefits, all those things before they are incarcerated. Why does it turn off while they're in jail or prison? And I learned that the reason behind it is, state, county, food fights, right? That there was a determination, I don't know when, but sometime in the last 50 years, let's say, that counties should pay for care for people who are incarcerated and not the state and not the federal government. And so there was this policy put in place that Medicaid could not pay for services for people while they were physically incarcerated. If someone had to leave incarceration to be in the hospital, Medicaid will step in there. So it's very convoluted, doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's certainly, from a much more punitive perspective, I think, than the conversations we're having today. And so, I feel really encouraged by the policy, the new policy that I talked about in my presentation, which is this notion that more and more states now are pursuing the opportunity to, invest resources in sending people into facilities to sit with individuals and get them enrolled in Medicaid. Virtually, probably all of them are going to be eligible for Medicaid, right? So it's maybe not all, depends on the state, right? We've got 9 states that still haven't expanded Medicaid. So if you've got a single adult in certain states, they're not going to be able to be enrolled. But a lot of states are really taking steps in that direction. And so I think that's the first step, right? Is to capture them at least 90 days before they're released, so that they can have that Medicaid card before they leave the facility and hopefully can work with their parole officers and whoever else is supporting them as they move into the community to get access to those prescriptions and those mental health appointments and those SUD treatment and recovery supports. So that's the first step. But I think, to me, there's a signal that there's openness to changing the policy altogether. I'm not sure if that's, how realistic that is in the near term, but it certainly would make sense given the direction things are going.
Thank you for that. I think we can, if there are no other questions here and nothing in the chat, we can take another break here before our next presentation. And I think people will appreciate that. Jennifer, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, but also thank you for the work that you're doing and for the resources you've identified. For those of you who may have missed it, go to pathways-us.org, pathways-us.org. And I went to the website while we were talking here, and boy, it's a treasure chest of all sorts of resources. And also I can see why you were invited, Heather invited you to be presenting here. So thank you very much for that. And by the way, this presentation and the others are being recorded. Not sure exactly what's going to happen with that, but there's a lot of information presented, and a lot of it's hard to capture when you're trying to take notes or something like that. So hopefully this will be available later on. So let's take a break until past, and then we'll pick up again.
Thank you so much, David.
Able to resume the recording. I'll just briefly introduce you. Okay, so welcome back. Our next presentation is going to be Timberlie Jahn. She said it's her husband's name. It used to be German, so I almost said Jahn. But she's the executive director of the Children's Advocacy Center of Grundy County, which is here in Illinois. It's in the greater, it's a smaller population county, but it's in the greater Chicago area. So it's kind of a hybrid in some ways, some of the issues you probably face. So anyway, turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for having me, and Heather for setting all of this up. It's been exciting to see it come together. And I couldn't have been more perfectly set up this morning with the presentations on the ACEs and FACEs. So thank you for that. I realized when I was putting this together today that it was a year ago this week that I got out of prison. I will tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But today I decided to just kind of put together what my story has been through my own individual ACEs, and then what my professional career has been as I've been on this journey of healing and becoming a provider to help others on their journey. So that's kind of where we're going with this today. So several years ago, I attended a conference in New Orleans, and Dr. Dean Burke has been mentioned a couple of times this morning. She was the keynote. It was a trauma conference in New Orleans, and my sister was a CASA, a court advocate for foster kids in Shreveport, Louisiana. And she was attending this conference. And I hadn't finished my bachelor degree. I was in my early 30s. And I was like, you know, I think this is the career path I want to kind of switch to. I really want to start taking some of my personal healing and start giving back to. And so let me go to this conference and kind of see if this is going to be an area that I want to work in. At the time, I was living in Los Angeles, and I was a publicist and a writer in Hollywood. So a very, very different career path. At the time, my job involved interviewing Chelsea Handler and writing an article for a lifestyle magazine. It involved being the greeter at an Oscar house. It involved giving Pamela Anderson my phone battery because her phone died and I never got that back. I was supposed to be a borrow. So this was going to be a complete change, but I had gotten to a point where what I was doing work-wise wasn't meaningful. It wasn't fulfilling. And I was like, you know, this was fun for a minute, but I need something different. And so I went to this conference, and I'm a nerd at heart, and so I love conferences. I was taking every session that I could, and dragging my sister along because her personality was there more for the socializing and the fun, and she had her coworkers, and I kind of just went off and did as many of these sessions as I could. And one of them was with the CDC. It was the actual panel that had participated in the ACE study. And so here I was hearing about the ACE study for the first time, and I'm sitting there and I am checking them off. Like I am like, wow, I've never heard of this. I've got almost all of them. And I hadn't really thought too much about it ever being put down on paper in one sort of a cumulative sort of way. And then to hear the doom and gloom and the health outcomes, and I could check some of those off my list. And I was like, oh man. And so then, you know, the next morning, Dr. Nadine Burke keynote. And if you ever get a chance to see her, a very inspiring woman. And she spoke to the resiliency, and she's a pediatrician. She started up in San Francisco, and now, because California always does everything first in their own way, she is the first state surgeon general of California, and she made ACEs her mission. And that has helped bring it across the country. But what I got from her was that humans are resilient and that we have this capacity to grow and to heal. And I was like, yes, that's what I want. And I knew, I'm sorry if I get a little teary, but I knew that I had already done a lot of growth, that I'd already been through a lot of healing. And was I going to be at this place where I could kind of make this switch? And so I went back home, and I was engaged at that time, and we were talking about when we were going to get married, and my fiance lived here in Illinois and I lived in Los Angeles. So this was, you know, an issue. And I had 2 older children. And so he was going to need to move to Los Angeles because I was not going to uproot them. And as we talked about marriage, we talked about that I really wanted to go back to college, and this was something that I was going to do. And he was very supportive of that. And so as we got married and he moved back, we had a newborn, and I went back to college at 35 years old. And so I'll kind of back up a minute and talk about what my childhood experiences were, just to kind of lay that foundation. So I'm the third of 4 children. I have 3 sisters. The youngest of us, we're all 18 months apart. We all have different baby daddies. Mine is still at large. I'm not sure who he is. And my biological mom, she had been in foster care herself as a teenager, and she had kind of succumbed to the 70s drug culture, and had really just drugs and alcohol were her difficulty through having all of us. And so we were with her sometimes not. We would be with aunts and uncles. We would be with neighbors, very, unsafe situations. And so, it was, an environment for abuse to grow. And so when I was 4 years old, my older sister was sent to go live with an aunt in Oklahoma because her behaviors were too much, and the trauma that she had experienced was becoming hard to manage. And I would later learn, because that there really was more to that decision as well. A year later, I learned, and now I'm 5 years old, that my younger sister and I are now going to be also going to Oklahoma to live with a new forever family. And I didn't know I needed that. I didn't know that was such a thing or whatever. Because when trauma and neglect and abuse is happening to you as a kid, you don't know any different. That is your normal. So it was normal for us to be left alone. It was normal for me to take care of my younger sister and to pick the ants out of the Cheerios and make the powdered milk. And you don't know that that's a bad thing, because kids are amazing at survival. Kids are amazing at adapting and coming up with tools to survive and to just make things happen. And so this was news to me that we needed a different home, and that our situation was no longer safe. As I got older and I learned more pieces of my story as an adult, I did realize that my biological mom, one of her biggest prides was that DCFS was never involved. She had been in foster care, and that was not, the system she was going to have anything to do with. And so the fact that she was able to sign away her rights, go to Los Angeles courthouse, sign away her rights, and have a private adoption was a success for her. And maybe on paper that was a good thing. Unfortunately, my adoptive parents were vastly unprepared for taking on two girls with trauma. They were a couple that were unable to have children, and I think that they had great intentions on, they had heard through the grapevine in Tulsa that, hey, one girl had already been adopted by the aunt, and there's these two more girls, and we're really trying to keep them out of the system. Are you interested? And they were, and we were 3 and 5 at the time. And so one of our biological aunts that lived in Oklahoma flew to LA and came to get us, and then flew us to Oklahoma. There was no goodbyes. There was no explanation as to what was happening, who these people were, or why we were going there. I will say one caveat, this is 1983 when this is happening. And again, the similarity I saw between my sisters and my age was that it was both before we started kindergarten. Mine literally was August 23rd when we flew out. I knew I was starting kindergarten. And what does kindergarten bring? Mandated reporters. So I think she knew the clock was ticking, and there was going to be some new eyes on us at that point. And so we arrived to Oklahoma with just a box and some random clothes. I don't even think we had a toothbrush or anything like that. And here we were in a new land, I had never been around so many lakes, and just everything was new and scary and different and unexplained. None of the adults talked to us to tell us what was happening. And because it's private adoption, there's no social worker. So private adoption today does look a lot different. I have several friends that are adoption workers. It does look a lot different than it did then. But there was no training, there was no trauma, there was, parenting classes, none of that. And so we were sent off to, be this happy forever little family. And what happens when you're unprepared for trauma is you have you're put in a vulnerable situation that I can look back now and see was set up for abuse. It was set up for more trauma. It was set up for frustrations. It was set up on all sides, on the parenting side and on the healing child side. Of course, I didn't understand any of that then. But my adoptive mom would go on to be extremely physically abusive. They bought a 2-inch wooden dowel rod from the hardware store because scripture, they were also Southern Baptist. The scripture said, spoil the rod or spare the rod, spoil the child. And so any offense, which were vast from leaving cinnamon on the top of the cinnamon shaker or not using the right sponge to clean the right, toilet or whatever, it was all correlated. That's the punishment, and I won't get graphic, but it was not good. And it was extremely painful to where you could not sit down afterwards. And the problem with what was happening in our family at this time was that we were homeschooled. And so there were no mandated reporters. There was no one to see the bruises. There was no one to ask the questions. And this is not, I have many friends that homeschool, so please know that this is not anything about homeschooling. I think it can be a wonderful option. And in fact, my oldest ended up graduating high school through a homeschool program. But in our house, we were raging and we were losing out of control, with no help in sight. So at 18, I left and I knew I had, so wait, till then, I'll back up 1 minute. Thanks for bearing with me. By 9th grade, I was begging to go to public school. I was begging to go to school. I was like, please, I'm not learning to the potential. I had this inkling that education was going to be my way out. I was an avid reader. I played piano. I did a lot of things that now I look back were very therapeutic. I didn't know that that's what I was doing, but turns out that was all really good for my brain and all of that. And so finally in 10th grade, I was allowed to go to public school. So here I am. I lived in Blue Island at the time. And I go from a sheltered homeschool environment to Dwight Eisenhower High School. And it is the mid-90s and there is gang violence happening every day. I've never heard these swear words in the hallway. It was a shock to my system. But I had teachers see my potential, see that I was a good writer, that I was super academic, and they plugged me in, and I graduated in the top 10% of my class. And I was going to go on and become a journalist. I had been on the editor-in-chief by my senior year of the newspaper, and I was very, very shy. But I was going to be a journalist, and I wanted to write for the Chicago Sun-Times. I got a scholarship to college, and for a journalism major, and I was on my way. I was going to be different than my mom. I was going to change the cycle, and I had great intentions and very little support. At this point in time, my relationship is completely broken off with my biological parents or my adoptive parents. Other than my youth pastor and his family were really my support people in high school. I was really kind of doing this on my own, and I went off to college, and I was, trying to find fulfillment and love and figure out relationships and all of that stuff that you do when you're, early, late teen, early 20s. And I ended up pregnant at 19. And, the stat for kids in child welfare is that 75% are pregnant by the age of 21. And I thought I was doing kind of good because my high school had a daycare in it. So we had so many girls that were pregnant during high school. And so here I was, a freshman in college, and with these big dreams, but I'm pregnant and I'm terrified to do all the things that my mom had done. So I go to the Crisis Pregnancy Center and they give me adoption pamphlets. Well, guess who's not giving her baby up for adoption? Because I do not have a good storyline for that. And so very little, no resources to help me parent. But I knew I was going to have that baby. And so my house mom had just had a baby in my dorm room. And so I go to her and I say, I'm pregnant and I don't know what to do. And this is really before you really use the internet regularly. And so she got me what to expect when you're expecting and then some vitamins. And I'm like, great, okay, I'm going about my business. I'm throwing up every few hours. I'm like, it's my second semester. So I don't have what I'm going to do yet, but I just know I'm just trying to still do it. Unbeknownst to me, she had gone to the Dean of Women and I was at a Christian college. Well, this is a no-no. You cannot have sex or have a baby or any of that I got called into the Dean of Women. And I'm a freshman, didn't even know the Dean of Women existed. And I was told since I wasn't showing that I could finish out the semester, but that I would not be welcome back the next year. So that plan was done. I didn't know how I was going to make that work anyways. Relationship with my baby's father, and he had moved to Los Angeles where he's from. He had gone to college in Chicago. And so we just said, all right, what are we doing? Okay, let's get married. So we did. And a week after college, I moved to Los Angeles. And I thought to never look back. But here I'm back in Illinois, and I'll explain that in a minute. But and so my dreams kind of got set to the side at that point. But the one thing I knew that I needed to do was take a child development class. So I went to the community college in our town in Pasadena, and I just signed up. And I said, I know what not to do. I've got two good examples of that, but I don't know what to do. And I learned Erickson's stages of development. I learned healthy brain development, all of those things. And throughout that class, like most child development classes, your professors will have you write your childhood. And so I did, and I was still so close to it that it was just matter of fact, just very like, this is what happened. And on the back of that paper, she wrote, this was criminal. What your parents did should have resulted in criminal charges. And I was like, what? I not even thought of that, things that I had dealt with in terms of that was that I deserved it, that, that's all that was available to me, for whatever reason, that was going to be my plot in life. So to have another adult say this was wrong was really kind of my first realization that this was not good. And I was going to have to do some work to do it differently. And in some ways, I certainly do not ever promote teen pregnancy. But I think in some ways, because I was so close to what had been so wrong, that I bonded with that baby so fast, and I was able to make healthy parenting choices because I was so desperate to make sure it was a healthy connection and a healthy relationship. And so I dove into motherhood. My college got set to the side a little bit. I would take one community college class at a time. And I I watched them and then I had another baby because I was like, if I'm doing this, I'm just going to do it all at once. So they're 2.5 years apart. I've got a boy and a daughter. And I became room mom. I made homemade costumes. I made dinner every night that included vegetables and a salad. Like I did all the things that I just thought this is what should be a healthy childhood. And it turned out pretty good. And my kids were doing really well. But I realized that my relationship was not healthy in my marriage. And we, being kids when we got married, had never really done the work to have a healthy relationship. And it had gotten so toxic and so terrible that there was no return. And we had attempted some marriage therapy, and that was not going anywhere. And I gave myself permission to get out of a relationship I had unhealthily chosen at 17, 18 years old. And so with that came single motherhood. And what I discovered, it also came with a lot of mental health issues and a lot of trying to refigure out who I was. And I thought I had closed that door to childhood. I'm fine. I got this motherhood thing down. I'm doing well. I don't ever need to think about that. Well, it all came rushing back with abandonment as kind of the overall arching arch that, like, here it is again. I'm alone again. So I went to therapy, and that was my first time. I had no intentions of ever becoming a therapist or any of that to where my career's led me now. But I knew I needed to do some work so that I could stay a healthy parent for my children. And I got a lot out of that. And I remember telling my story to the therapist and seeing a tear come down. And that empathy, she had held it together a lot more than I am right now. But that empathy was so powerful, just to hear someone hold your story and sit with you in it, that was the beginning of when the seed was planted of what that role of a healer, the therapist is. And so as I continued on my journey and I made different choices on how to have healthy relationships, and I read books and I learned, and I just grew, let myself grow as a person. I let myself grieve. I was able to get into a healthy relationship, and we've been married. It'll be 12 years in October now, and we have a 10-year-old together. And through all of that, he's supported my educational goals and then my career goals since. And so when I went back to finish my bachelor's, so I had done this one class at a time. And so I had about 60 units. And so I needed 2 more years. So I chose human development, and I went to a fantastic college, Pacific Oaks in Pasadena, that through all of their degrees, they teach diversity and social justice. And it's a very diverse staff. It was a most amazing education. And I cried my way through every single class, because human development, you start at birth and you go all the way through to the elderly years, to death, to really understand what's happening. And so you are, of course, asked to live your experience and explore that. And it was probably the next best therapy I could have done, because it helped me make sense of it. It helped me process. During that, when I got to the gerontology stage, I ended up calling my birth mom, who we had reconnected, and she was 63, and the requirement was you had to talk to someone 63 or over. And I had spoken to her here and there. We don't have a really solid relationship, but we stay in touch here and there. And I just said, walk me through your story. Tell me yours. Because at this point, I was in a space to be able to listen to hers. I don't think I had been before. And so then I got to hear her trauma story, her childhood narrative, and what that had been like. Her mother had died in childbirth when she was 12 years old. She describes her life before that as wonderful. But the night that her mother died, they got into a fight and she screamed at her like 12-year-old girls do, you know, I hate you, and stormed out the door and went and spent the night at a friend's and never saw her again. And then she describes that the family life after that just spiraled. Her dad married an alcoholic who was abusive to her and her siblings. And it was just trauma, all of the ACEs happening in that house. And that is when she was placed in foster care. And so as I was, you know, learning and, you know, from the academia side, I could put the pieces together in my own life and see that generational pattern happening. And so by the time I finished my bachelor's degree, I got my first job in child welfare at a foster care agency. And I became frustrated that a lot of the things that I felt I had insight to, I didn't have all of the letters yet behind my name and to be qualified to teach those. And yet some of the people that were teaching them had not parented at all, you know, let a foster kid, let alone their own, you know, healthy child. And so I'm like, all right, well, I guess I got to get more letters. So I went back and got my master's degree in marriage and family therapy. And again, my husband supporting me the whole time, and I specialized in trauma. You could take different tracks in addition to really get that specialty. And so I just dug in. I dug in and was like, all right, we're gonna understand this, and I really enjoyed that experience. And I began working in community mental health in Los Angeles. It's Medi-Cal. And I started seeing foster kids, and I had a supervisor that was wonderful. And I said, I know I'm going to feel this, and I want a safe space to be able to process and to do this work safely, and to know that if I shed a tear or if I have a hard day, that I'm not punished for that, that this is safe. And she did. She allowed me to do that, and it was amazing. And so as I moved forward in my career, I moved back to Illinois because my husband hated Los Angeles, and there was a U-Haul in my driveway, and if I was going to stay married, I was coming back here. So he's from Grundy County, which is a more rural area, and LA was too much for him, and I couldn't argue with cost of living and things like that. So my two older kids had graduated high school and were off to college, and so we made the move back. And that was an adjustment for sure. I'm still adjusting. But there wasn't, when I was looking for work, I landed with Easter Seals, and I was doing the parenting program, which is really wonderful. They work with pregnancy to age 3. And so the way I've kind of built my career is I've just worked with, I wanted to be the boots on the ground with different populations so that I could really understand what was happening now. I knew my story, I knew my process, but what's happening now? What are the changes? And I learned a lot about the early impact of ACEs in that job. One example was one family that I went to go visit. We would go into the home, we're very experienced foster family, and I'd just gotten a new little one. And the foster mom was like, oh, she's the best little baby. She doesn't cry, she doesn't make a peep, and she's about 18 months old. And she's just so good. And she's sitting in the high chair, and she's got her snack. When I start to interact with her, there's no, she's not tracking with me. She's not engaged. She's not any of those things. And I'm like, oh, this is neglect. This is that pruning of the brain process that, you know, happens when there's not neglect. And we were able to do some really good work with her. I think, you know, she probably was going to have some, you know, struggles for a while, but it's just being able to educate that mom. She got it, you know, and like, oh no, like this is due to baby being left in playpen probably for hours, you know. And so that was a really great learning experience. But I didn't need a master's degree for that job. And I was like, you know, okay, what's my next thing? You know, I'm like, I've got this master's degree. I really want to start using it. And so I landed in prison. So as my next journey at IDOC, maximum men's prison. And when I was thinking about it, I thought, you know what? I bet this population is, I know them. I know them. I know they are the foster kids. I know they're the trauma victims. They are these families, these kids I've worked with for a long time. Not them specifically, but probably very similar storylines. And I worked at one of Illinois' max prisons, and it has it's kind of the worst of the worst. Like if you've acted up at another institution, had an assault or something like that, you're going to end up where I was at. And we also had two very specific mental health units as well. One was behavioral health and one was more severe, like schizophrenia diagnoses and that sort of thing. And so I don't think I ever would have chosen to work with schizophrenia. I learned a lot about that there. But the entire time, the 2 years I was there, I would be, surveying my clients for trauma and what their childhood experiences were and getting their stories. And I would say at one point, 95% of my caseload had been DCFS kids. And I had stories of I had one resident that he had been removed from mom and had been placed in foster care, went through to adoption, and then returned to, and then that's at that point intersected with juvie system. And I suspected he had some cognitive issues going on, and I really suspected fetal alcohol syndrome. And I had access to his file, and I went in, and sure enough, in 7th grade, he had a psychiatrist ask for fetal alcohol screening. And so it was just a process of like, this kid got lost. He got lost in this systems. And, we've talked a lot this morning about cross sectors and multiple systems. And the problem is it's the same people. It's the same risk population going through these systems. We're just moving them. And it's costing lives and generational harm and damage. And I had another resident that I worked with that had been removed from mom and placed with grandparent caregivers, and then was molested by grandfather for the next 13 years. Who do you think his crime was against? Was justice done there? No. And as you were talking about the gentleman that you were working with earlier, by the time I got to him, he was in his 50s, the most insightful, had done a ton of work on himself, but his outcome was not going to be any different due to that. What he chose to do with it was, with his positive change, was help mentor some of the younger guys that were coming in, that were nowhere near where he was at yet, and had come to peace that was his life. It was a very hard job. It was, I remember the first few weeks that I was there, to see the amount of Black men in chains, like just devastating. And there is no journal article you could read that will give you that image and that just the horrificness of it. And of course, a lot of our guys at that institution were from inner city Chicago, criminal activity starting as young as 7, gang activity, violence starting that young, being exposed to it very, very young. And then just, becoming part of what was given to them, following what was there. I had one guy tell me he brought home his first gun at 7, and his mom said, "You can't have a gun," and he pointed it at her. So who got to keep the gun, And I think it's interesting. Part of what I learned there too is that we're not a very collective society. Like even the way we do our systems, they're all very separate, and we do have some good work going to bring that collaboration together. And that's part of why we're here today. But we are wired as human to connect. Like we're wired to do that. And there's many other countries that are collective societies and they don't have mass incarceration the way we do. They don't have 400,000 some kids in foster care the way we do. So we're not doing something right. And when you look at these kids up in inner city Chicago that aren't getting that family support at home for whatever reason, or if it's dad's in prison, single mom household, she's doing the best she can. They go find that family and they find it on the streets. It's right there for them because we all need people. And so how do we get in those interventions to provide that connection, get that early intervention, because we know who the population is. Like we know who's at risk. There's multiple populations at risk, but we're too far into knowing what we know to not have the change that we need. And all of that, you know, I mean, it was probably 13 years ago that I learned of the ACEs, and that was new to me. And it's great to see that we have national movement. We have movement across country lines and continents and all of that. I in one of my ACEs classes I teach, I use a video from Australia because I love the accent and they did a great animation with it. But we know too much to be where we're still at. That conference I went to with Dr. Nadine Berg, the theme was, we know too much to do so little. And yet we're still, the same message is where I feel we're still at. So now I work for the state's attorney's office in Grundy County. I'm the executive director of their Children's Advocacy Center. We are a newer center in Illinois. Illinois has 41 other centers that all meet accreditation standards. It's a national standard, and Grundy, we're getting up to speed on that. And I work directly with law enforcement. Any child that comes in that has made an outcry of abuse or has had an adult make a report, a DCFS or a police report, comes through me. I provide the forensic interview and then connect them to mental health and case manage them with the idea that we already know this is our most vulnerable population and the most at risk. So the earlier we get those interventions in, the better outcomes that we have. And getting the parent support, providing non-punitive support, because so many of our systems are punitive and people don't thrive in that. That is just a reality. I teach a parenting class that is ACEs informed, and it is come where you are, like come exactly where you are in your journey. And we're going to work on improving that because children are resilient. And you teach parents about brain science and, you know, the ability to heal and to find resilience. They grab onto that because they can most often, those that are their children are experiencing ACEs, they experience the ACEs themselves. And so a light goes on for them. And the same way it did for me, that says, hey, that happened to me and that wasn't good and I want something different. And so when you come strength-based, you come with information. I've just seen people grab onto it and make those needed changes. You can't change what you don't know, you know, and I always say parenting in general is hard. You know, those of you that are in here know that parenting with the best of circumstances, the most of resources is still a challenge, you know? So then you add these layers of trauma and adversity, and it is so much harder. And I stand here today, you know, telling you my story, and thank you for letting me be vulnerable in that, knowing that I've also had the advantage of white privilege, and I've had the advantage of, you know, having resources that, you know, some other mothers may in the same situation wouldn't have had. And so, you know, that's needed to be acknowledged, you know, because if I have felt it this hard and this alone and this isolated, I can only imagine others' journeys. And as someone pointed out earlier with the PACEs, is that ACE study, Southern California middle-class white men. You know, there's been many multiple smaller studies done since that show even higher numbers and outcomes in that. And so we've got to pay attention to that. What are the special needs of the individual communities, and what are the extra ACEs and generational traumas and that have gone on in those communities. And so, yeah, it's one of the other things that I just kind of wanted to include with that I've heard throughout my career is, you know, change is all about choice. That you know, if you just got to make a choice to make a change in your family, in your cycle. And I'm telling you, it's not just about choice. You can't make choices to utilize resources and things you don't have. So to make it that simple, it just isn't. Were there choices along the way? Yes. We all have that, but we can't simplify it down to that. And I've heard that multiple times because, again, you can't do something with nothing if you don't have it. And so that's kind of where I'm at now. I love that, you know, we're collaborating. I love these conversations. I think there's, you know, great things that we can do, and healing, and we can get ourselves in a better place. And in a time and age where we hear mass shooting every day, none of our communities are exempt. And this is the work that we have to do in order to raise and grow healthy humans with good little brains that know how to use their prefrontal cortex, know how to make good relationship choices, know how to be good community members, and then in turn raise more good little humans. So yeah, that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much.
Timberlie, thank you very much. Not only for your presentation, but for your life and for sharing that with us. I mean, how many lives are changed because of the work that you do? And for generations, a change maker, a difference maker. And could you have imagined that when you started off?
No.
No. I have a question for you, but let me make a couple of observations in the way of reflections that I was noting as we're going on to kind of set up the question. I've noted several people who presenters have used the word cycle. And I'll bet there'll be more of them that will talk about the word cycle. And so I made that, and I wrote down, abusers almost always blame victims for their own abuse. And most of the victims, especially young victims and vulnerable victims, including women who are being abused and subjugated, believe it, which compounds the trauma. First, there's the trauma of the abuse, but then there's the trauma of the feeling of guilt, which can even run deeper in leaving the scars. And of course, that leads to unhealthy choices and behaviors. Hurt people, generational sorts of things that you're talking about. The cycle happens. And this is one of the themes, I think, that's already emerging. That's nothing new. I think that people, if you're here, you probably are familiar with this cycle of hurt people. Not all hurt people, but those who are abusers, it's really remarkable how many, when you find out, well, where did that come from? Those who perpetrate harm are commonly victims of harm. And so how do you break that cycle? Now, I picked up on your non-punitive interventions, and I'd like for you to expand on that. But I made a note here to myself. When people are broken, to add to the trauma is abuse. And abuse is not justice. And yet that's the typical justice system response, right? You see an abused child, the typical response of the justice system is to intervene to punish the abuser. Okay. That kind of triggered the thought cycle. And in the name of justice, perpetuating and in fact accelerating the cycle. And potentially leading to other people, not just domestically, but crime in other forms as they act out based upon all of this. The cumulative impact of that trauma in various forms, guilt, all the sorts of things that lead people to be dysfunctional in their thinking, their concept of self. Well, people that are broken can sometimes engage in behaviors that would get them crossways with the law.
Oh, absolutely.
So you work with the state's attorney's office, a child advocacy center. That's out of the ordinary. Kudos to Grundy County.
Well, every county in Illinois got one, so that's there. And we've got CAC Illinois, which they work directly with every center to help. So they're working with me directly to go through the accreditation, and so definitely it takes a village, and it's that collaboration, that talking to each other, that, making sure kids are not slipping through cracks, that we have quicker response time. Because there are, situations where if there isn't a quick response time, is that child left in an unsafe environment, where more harm could come, so it definitely is a collaborative work, and to speak to the non-punitive, really that, like, by the time families get to DCFS, we're already way into crisis, right? The damage has already been done. And historically, parents are not going to see DCFS as a helper, and so that's the challenge. And are there many great DCFS social workers? Absolutely. I work with them all the time. And I think the ones that have a little more success are the ones that are intact families, so the child hasn't been removed, and they can be seen more support. But by the time that child's removed, that parent is already, dealing with an investigation. They're dealing probably with their own mental health issues that are now impounded because they've lost their child. And then they've got to jump through every hoop, parenting classes, therapy, this and that. That's just a lot, Is it a necessary system because it's the one we have in place? Yes, and we do have to take safety above all else, but can we be creating some more prevention? And I think we are. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're here for. More prevention, that we are getting those families before they get to that point, because again, we know once we're at that point and that child goes to foster care or we know so much of the time the juvie system is what's next, and then it's adult system, and at this point we're so far in. The behaviors that I saw with a lot of personality disorders, which is just a distorted view of the world, and most of these guys, that's their experiences have led that, and that is such a hard disorder to work with, because it doesn't, to the rational mind, it doesn't make a lot of sense, So I saw the most craziest, like, self-harming things that were so completely I've never even thought of or heard of, and it just was so heartbreaking that for some of these guys it's so far in that is the story, and just again going back to that social moral responsibility. 20, 30 years ago, we didn't have this brain science, information yet. We didn't understand the impact of trauma. But now we do. We've known it for quite a while, so that to me, as just a citizen in our country, I feel a responsibility that we are doing the best we can on prevention to have better outcomes, because these are humans,
Okay, so let me comment on my, some context here. I commented about not being the norm. What I'm thinking of is prosecutor's office. I mean, the state's attorney is, in some places it's called county attorney or the district attorney, depending on the state or jurisdiction. In Illinois, it's a state's attorney. The job is to enforce the law. And when it comes to abuse and things of that sort, the job of the assistant state's attorney and with the line prosecutors and the state's attorney as an elected public official with responsibility to the public is to prosecute wrongdoers, people who violate the law. Well, as you said yourself, it was pointed out to you the things you experienced as the victim of abuse as a child were actually crimes. So there's a tension here. In a state's attorney's office, you have prosecutors whose natural inclination would be to prosecute parents who have abused their children. And then you have the interests of the child, first and foremost, safety. But to lose their parents, if that can be avoided, is a trauma. Adds to it. It doesn't necessarily help the parents and break the cycle.
Right.
It can contribute to it. You in your position and people in DCFS are in some ways, and the judges who deal with these sorts of things, the shelter care hearings, things of that sort, where they have to sort out whether parents, whether children go back to the home or whether they go to DCFS, the termination of parental rights hearings. There are people in that sector of the justice system that are in essence asked to play God. How do you deal with that with prosecutors who, when you talk about non-punitive interventions, well, punitive is their job.
Yeah.
How do you interact? How do you handle that? How do you manage that to come to what, in your view at least, would be a rational, responsible sort of approach and hopefully outcome?
Well, we had a case recently that was a DV case, and it did stay an intact case for the mom, and the dad had to serve some time, and the state's attorney's office job was to prosecute him. He was the perpetrator on mom, and there was a no contact order. Mom was given all the things she was supposed to do. It was going through whatever the legal proceedings were, the court dates, all of that. And she did everything she was supposed to do. They kept separate. It went on for more than a year. And then after he had completed a lot of things he needed to, and I don't know the specifics because I only worked with mom, then there was talk of they were married. It's not the justice system to dissolve marriages, so what does this look like? Was it safe for them? And so they did start getting monitored visitations to be able to start talking, and it turned out they had both done therapy, both done classes, and are moving forward in a way that is safe. I don't know that all cases can have that. Of course, it has to be case by case. And is some of this more legislation stuff that it's more going that way, because the law is the law, you have to work with what system you're in right now. But I think, as it was spoken about on the presentation before, having more trauma-informed criminal justice system is something we can do now. So even the way that you're managing families going through the criminal system, even if they've got to pay the consequence or whatever that is, are there better ways to humanize them, to have empathy, to understand how they got here, versus just, these are terrible people, we're going to lock the key and throw it away. As one of my biggest takeaways from IDOC was just that they're forgotten. Once behind there, that's taken care of, and we've cleaned up the streets or whatever, and yet they are still, I saw many fathers still parenting, doing visiting, video visits. Of course, I was there during COVID, so that didn't help. In-person visits weren't happening, but they very much were involved in their kids' lives. They were still very much family units. And so if the providers, the mental health providers, all of that are, that's where that trauma informed and providing that care specifically, I think would help now, in the immediate as, legislation and all that is being worked on. But I did want to mention Illinois does do Medicaid before they leave. So it is a part of their process with the counselor before they leave. And they do with a prescription. If they're on meds, they leave with a prescription and I think 2 weeks of medication. So
Another observation. When you're in a profession in which make decisions one way or the other among multiple options, spectrum of options, and you know that the results of your decisions can be altering for the people involved, and you're dealing with uncertainty, which is inherent in all of this because you can't foretell the future.
Absolutely.
That's a trauma that you face on a daily basis. How do you deal with that?
Well, I mean, all of us in this field have that vicarious trauma piece, compassion fatigue, all of that. And that's, it sounds trite, but it's the self-care, it's the relationships you make, having supportive supervisors, having, healthy interpersonal relationships, having those connections that help refuel you. I'm a therapist as well in practice, and I really only see trauma kids there. So it does, it takes a toll, but it's necessary work and important. So
God bless you for doing it. Note here before we break for lunch, one of the first episodes of Justice Voices that I did with a woman who had experienced a lifetime of trauma, sexual and physical, starting at a very early age. Episode 3, 2 parts, Justice Voices. Listen to it, see where it leads, where she ended up going to prison for the murder of her son by her boyfriend in Illinois while she was in Florida. But she was held vicariously responsible down in Southern Illinois. And now she works for a shelter. She got her master's degree just this last week in legal studies, and she's one of my best friends. Wonderful woman. But I can tell you that listen to her story and path was itself traumatic. So I warn you in advance about trigger. Even if you weren't traumatized, you will be traumatized listening to her story. But it's important to listen to the stories of people who have gone through this sort of thing. I just did remarkable similarities, and that'll be the next episode. I think it's important for these voices to be heard because they're more credible than people talking about a problem. The most important part probably of your story is your story. Where you came from and where you are now.
Yeah.
There's
And
hope in that.
I think the field is recognizing that, and that there are more the lived experience, across the board, which I am grateful for because it is to learn about it and know it academically and in the field are all very valid and very important. But to have actually had to do the climb and the fight, a different thing. I can tell you how many of my clients that I said, write your story. Like, if you want it different, write your story, you know? So, and some of them, I had one guy, and I know we got to break for lunch, but in a nonprofit with his mom in inner city Chicago while he was in his cell. So, you know, there are some that are doing the work. So,
Well, the victims need their stories told too.
Yeah.
Just the telling of it can be therapeutic.
absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna half hour break. We'll get back at the hour.
You guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There, if you go over here, because that's where the county was.
Right.
So we have those shared values, but we also have some of those differences in how we're approaching it, but not necessarily differences that always contradict each other, which we'll talk about more. All right, so what is the rationale? Why do we want to have this alliance? Why bridge social service agencies and law enforcement? Why do we want to work closely together? So law enforcement are going to be 5 times more likely to see someone in crisis, and specifically looking at mental health crisis. Oftentimes, first responders are some of the people getting those first calls or showing up on the scene. 90% of patrol officers report seeing someone in crisis. And so typically we see an average of patrol officers seeing an average of 6 people in crisis a month. And so traditional law enforcement approaches, which are often effective in crime intervention and de-escalation, can sometimes unintentionally trigger individuals with disabilities or who are in emotional distress, just with the approaches being a bit different. Where social service agencies can offer relief through trainings. Sometimes we've also seen like co-response, and I'll talk a little bit about how that'll look in a second here too. They can also help with linking to community referrals and crisis intervention to law enforcement who may be overburdened or are also understaffed, to be able to say, I can focus on, that our law enforcement is able to focus on, okay, how do I de-escalate, keep that community safe? Also, social service agencies and mental health providers can really kind of focus in on like, okay, how do we facilitate the referral, getting somebody connected with, maybe it's shelter, getting somebody connected with treatment, getting somebody connected with medication. So being able to kind of focus on how are we working together. All right. So in looking at some of the research, if some of you are like, okay, that's all fine and dandy, but like, what's the proof that any of this is helpful? Why? What does the evidence say? I always like diving into a bit of our research. So in some of our studies, and I'll have our references at the end, we looked at collaborations and different collaborations. Some of these collaborations are more training focused. Some of them are looking at co-response models, which I'll talk about after this slide. But this is what we saw. We saw that departments and social service agencies that had collaborations in their community reported decreased cases where use of excessive force had to be used. Also lower rates of arrest. We also saw increased reports of community satisfaction with police response, which we also saw directly corresponded with interviews from officers saying that they felt better with their community, and that we saw that decreased officer burnout. We also saw increased mental health supports and just emotional support for law enforcement as well. We saw reduced time spent on calls, even when we have, if it's a joint response where we have officers and a representative from a social service agency responding to that same call. I think that initial apprehension, you might think we're going to be spending way more time on these calls. This is going to, these calls are going to get an extra half hour, and we don't have the power to be able to do that. But we actually saw being able to sort of utilize the strengths of both party, that those calls decreased, and we actually saw less admission into like emergency rooms and having to do less hospitalization for mental health crises. Reduced pressure on healthcare system, meaning we were seeing less of that triage with having to go on site, go straight to that emergency room, and then have to work at linking to mental health concerns. We're able to sort of take out that middle piece where that social service agency is already there. So we're able to get directly connected to services and sort of minimize that space of ending up in the emergency room first, because we already know our emergency rooms are oftentimes already having not enough rooms because the demand is often really, really high. We also saw reduced wait times for clients in need of mental health support when we're having some of those internal referrals and some of those community partnerships. We saw just some decreased time in some of those wait lists and actually getting clients into like long-term services or long-term mental health supports. All right, so I'm going to talk about 3 different approaches. There's a variety of different approaches for how we see collaborations with social service agencies and law enforcement, and it's really going to depend on your community needs and what you think is going to be the most feasible to looking at like funding limitations and so forth as well. So I'm going to briefly talk through 3 of these, and then we'll talk about some tips for how you might be able to implement this yourself too. So the first approach I'm going to talk about is the co-responder approach. And I've touched on this approach a bit already, but that would be any time that there is a call related to a mental health crisis where we have the police department, the law enforcement officers, and we would have somebody from a social service agency also going on that call together. And so in that process, we have that social service agency, what their role would be is to, looking at one, they might be doing risk assessment. So do we need to do any type of like suicide, homicide assessment? Do we need to do any type of referrals to hospitals or getting sort of triaging, looking at, if we're looking at hospitalization, sometimes it's doing something like a safety plan and looking at, do we need to, minimize, de-escalate, and sort of just like minimizing that crisis in a way, looking at sort of an individualized approach too. Where on the law enforcement side, we're looking at being able to, making sure that we are able to still have safety, looking at that physical safety, looking at, are there any sort of those like imminent risks, some of those physical risks, being able to really work together. I've worked at 2 different agencies, one which used the co-responder approach and one which used the lethality assessment program. And I can also say just like the connection too between that social service agency and that police department, it just really blossomed when they started to do the co-responder approach, and it would go really seamlessly. You'd have that option where you're able to connect with those police officers, and the police officers were able to connect really seamlessly with the social service agencies and say like, okay, what are the current needs? What are the current risks? How can we best be helpful? And then be able to play to each other's strengths, opposing to having to do multiple roles and wear multiple hats. Crisis intervention teams. I actually have a link I'm going to play for this one, but I'll talk through it. Crisis intervention teams. This approach is a little different. We're not looking at having both parties respond. This is going to be more of an emphasis on like a training approach. So having a social service agency come in to do a bit more training on like, hey, these might be some ways to look at like identifying like primary aggressors in domestic violence cases. Or these are some tools that you'll be able to use just to have some tools in your toolkit. And I'm actually going to play the link here. It's only about a minute long. So let me pull it up one quick second. Right.
Law enforcement officers are dedicated.
Just want to pause and make sure that the sound is working. Can I maybe get like a thumbs up just to make sure the sound is going through?
We can hear you, but can't see the video.
All right, let me change my share real quick. All right, are we set to go with seeing the video?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Law enforcement officers are dedicated. Every day they put on a uniform and deal with everything from pesky kids on skateboards to bank heists. And while officers always strive to do their best, sometimes they encounter situations more suited for social workers, like dealing with mental health crisis calls, which is why we have crisis intervention teams. CIT programs teach law enforcement officers how to safely de-escalate mental health crisis situations. In fact, law enforcement agencies that have CIT programs in place have reported as much as an 80% decrease in officer injuries during mental health crisis situations. Not only do CIT programs educate officers, they also bring together community members and mental health care providers to offer convenient options for treatment and to reduce the number of repeated calls for police service, saving officers valuable time. Take the next step in helping your community better respond to mental health crisis calls. Learn more about CIT programs by visiting NAMI.org/CIT.
right. Okay, perfect. So that is another approach, the crisis intervention teams. If you're interested more in that approach, NAMI, who sponsored that video, they have a fair amount of information on their website as well, and we'll have that information available. The last model I'll talk about is the lethality assessment program. This model does specifically relate to, it's specific for domestic violence. And I'm going to talk about it either way, though, because it's definitely one of the programs that it's the program that we're currently implementing at Pillars Community Health for our domestic violence program. And it's one of 2 evidence-based programs in the country, and over 39 states are currently using it. When we were looking at trying to have a collaboration, just a more unified approach with our local police departments and our domestic violence agency, we wanted to have something that we saw that had evidence and that had worked. And so this is why we had looked at the lethality assessment program. In a nutshell, what this program will focus on is one, we had to connect with all of our police departments in the area to see who was interested in implementing this program. And in a nutshell, it's sort of a mix between the top 2, where when officers would arrive on the scene of an intimate partner violence call, they would administer an 11-item risk assessment or a questionnaire to determine the risk for intimate partner violence homicide. And then based on that scoring, if a victim would be considered to be in high danger, or if the scores would indicate, or if the officer had some history, like, hey, we've been to this house a lot, or there are some other signs and, they're noticing, like, we think that this person is at risk. What they would do at that point is they would immediately, while on that call, connect that victim to the domestic violence agency, which is Pillars Community Health. And so at that point, we would briefly safety plan with the officer need be, and in an ideal world, talk directly to the victim if the victim was able to talk with us. And that way the victim would be able to share their identifying information, so we don't have to worry about any type of confidentiality. Then we're able to safety plan, potentially get them transported to shelter, or just connected to any type of long-term services that they would need. Typically, those phone calls take about 10 to 15 minutes. And the screening, the 11-item questionnaire, oftentimes were some of those questions that law enforcement is asking already, but just in a more structured approach. Baltimore, Maryland, this is where this program originated. And what we saw when this program originated is in the first 5 years that there was a 34% decrease in intimate partner violence homicide. So that was a pretty staggering number. And looking at our own numbers, we also saw that over half of calls, we were able to get clients into that they not only sometimes came into shelter, but that they pursued sort of long-term services, whether that was looking at getting connected with an order of protection, or also getting connected with long-term counseling options, and looking at some of our own data too, and also comparing some of the national data for the lethality assessment program. Law enforcement partners, they reported decreased numbers of like multiple offenses or having to go to that same house. And they also reported victim satisfaction with police response, and also feeling more prepared for domestic violence calls and having police satisfaction as well. So overall, that was that 34% decrease in intimate partner violence homicide was the main model, the main reason we sought the lethality assessment program. And that was a program that we use. I'm happy to talk more about that need be. All right, so where to begin? You're like, okay, let's do this collaboration. Where do we even start? So just a couple of tips and tools for you. I think the biggest one is going to be first identifying your own biases, depending on if there is, a history with the community, or just knowing that there are sometimes 2 different approaches with social service agencies and police departments looking at, okay, do I have any apprehensions? Am I going into this feeling guarded? If so, like, how can I help myself be more open to having a dialogue and a conversation and addressing to be able to better help our community? So like, look at yourself. What are some of your own biases and beliefs that you might have about working with your partnering agency? And biases aren't always negative, right? Sometimes they can be positive too. They can also be like, oh, I know that we've had a really great working relationship with this one police department because we do roll call trainings there already. And like, I feel like this is going to be, this is going to be a department that I feel really, we already have a connection. We already work really well together. So I'm looking at building a strong interagency relationship. So making those phone calls, being open to not just looking at, hey, this is our agenda, looking at what are your needs? How can we best work together to see how we can help each other out? So starting to build those relationships early on. If you're like we have the national night outs, like we're like, okay, let's go. If our police departments are having the national night out event, which is in the summer, we have like sort of like a giant resource fair that we want to make sure that we're participating and supporting our police departments. And then many of our local police departments during like Violence Awareness Month or Sexual Assault Awareness Month, they'll hang like lights up to spread awareness throughout the month. So we're building some of those relationships and supports just throughout whatever, regardless of the model. Identify any unique benefits and barriers. So look at your community, look at your department, look at your agency. What are some benefits that you see? Like, how is this going to be helpful? How can this help our team? How can this help our community and clients? And also looking at some unique barriers because somebody located in Chicago is going to have completely different barriers than if you're, calling from DeKalb County, right? So what are your unique barriers and the unique benefits for you? Number 4 I have on here is enlist help of cheerleaders. Here are cheerleaders. I think one of the most helpful things that we noticed when we were starting our collaboration was getting people involved in the collaboration that were like passionate and excited about it. Do you have someone at your social service agency who's really passionate about building connections? We had, when we were looking at some of our local police departments who were like, yes, we really want to do this. Just having that buy-in and that passion, someone who's like, yes, I want to do this, opposed to if you can avoid it, like assigning it to someone who's already going to be like, this is just another thing that's just going to contribute to burnout. So enlist the help of your supportive officers and looking at your officers and your social service agencies and looking at coming from sort of building on people's strengths and passions already. Right. Connect with social service and law enforcement agencies who already have an existing collaboration. Do you see any other communities or any other agencies that are doing a similar model to what you want to be doing? Or do they at least have similar demographics to your community? Give them a call, set up a model and see what was their process like, because you don't have to create the wheel if you don't have to. Survey your community members and stakeholders. So, do you have a board that you're connected with? What are the actual needs that we're noticing come up? What are some of the gaps in services, and actually enlisting the voice of your community members too? Of course, researching funding opportunities, always nice to have additional funding and grants, or if there's different fundraisers, local donors, anyone in your event who might want to get behind an initiative like this. Developing mutual goals. So once you've started that relationship with your social service agency or with your local law enforcement, what do you both want to get out of it? What are we actually working to achieve? And having that be sort of your end goal. So you keep that in mind. So we're actually working on having something that's effective and helpful for your community. And then, of course, once it's all said and done, advertise that this partnership exists in your community so that community members know that we have local law enforcement and mental health collaborations that are working together to better help that community, and so that they know who they can reach out to. All right. So that is everything that we have. We have our contact information up there, and we wanted to leave about 10, 15 minutes for any questions, or if anyone has a collaboration that they want to share about. We just wanted to leave some time and space to be able to do that.
Thank you, Alyssa and Lauren. For those of you who are in the remote audience who haven't heard me say this before, you can ask questions by typing them into the chat. And then Lauren and Alyssa, you two can look at the chat and you can see the questions. I'm standing away from my computer right now, so I can't see them as well as you can. Also, anybody here in the in-person audience, if you have any questions or anything of that sort, or comments. Okay, is there anything in the chat? I don't see anything popping up on the screen here. You've left everyone in stunned silence.
I have a question.
Okay, we have a question.
So Is the lethality assessment program being implemented in our local townships here out of like the LaGrange area? 'Cause I know that's where you're based off of.
Yeah, absolutely. So the three local departments that we are working with, we have, we're connected with LaGrange, McCook, and Maywood. But there are, in the state of Illinois, we have, there are multiple other counties that are also implementing the lethality assessment program. I know DeKalb County, I know St. Clair. There's been a little bit of a hiatus over the last like year or so because the lethality assessment program was implementing like a LAP 2.0. So we've started some of our quarterly meetings again. But for Pillars Community Health, those are the three departments that went through the whole long process. We did like a train the trainer, trained all of the departments and all of our representatives. So LaGrange PD, Maywood, and McCook were our pilot.
And is the police department, or you guys are the ones who are going to be training the police department as far as having like crisis intervention workers respond to those calls or reports when they're going to the households, right?
Yeah, that was a great question. So the lethality assessment program, now that one is specifically for domestic violence. It was a joint collaboration. So the first step in the process is we had to, connect and do an agreement and MOU that are sort of our heads of the departments, our chiefs of the departments, and then our CEO was behind the program. And then after we applied and were accepted by, because it's a copywritten program, we had to get accepted by Baltimore's program. And what they did at that time is they sent 2 trainers out, and then the department and our social service agency, we identified who our trainers from our own departments and agencies were going to be. And we all attended like a train the trainer for Baltimore. And at that point, we learned what we would then be training our departments and our agencies to do. So we had about 4 months to train all of our frontline staff, and we opted to do that together. So the police departments, they could have just trained their police officers, and we could have just trained our social service agencies. But we decided that we wanted to do it all together. So we had our cheerleaders, like I said, who were our representatives from the local PDs, and our outreach team were our trainers at that time. And we just went during different sort of roll calls, and over a 4-month period, we're able to get everybody done together. So does that answer that question?
Yeah, great. I'm looking forward to that. That sounds really good. I'm excited for you guys to have that program implemented in those 3 police departments.
Yeah, absolutely. We would love to grow as well. So I know that it always kind of depends on the need of local police departments in the area. And even if for our programs, our departments that we're not doing the LAP officially with, we have specifically looking at our domestic violence program. That's where I'm in. So I know that's where most of my trauma focus is going to be in. But our legal advocates, we're consistently going to like doing roll call trainings and doing some of those brief trainings on like orders of protection and different like rights on like the Illinois Domestic Violence Act and so forth. But if you want to keep growing with us, just you have my contact information. We're always looking to add more police departments.
And in that regard, one of the takeaways that I have here, Pillars is just involved in so many things, and partly because of their size, but their experience, but also the quality of the people that they bring into their program. It's really good stuff. I mean, it's just high quality programming, and they are a tremendous resource. And as you were talking, I was thinking, almost any one of these bullet points could be a presentation in itself. And so we really appreciate this overview. We recognize that it's a little bit high level. And so definitely follow up with them if you want to drill down a little further into any of the things that were discussed today. We just really appreciate you joining us and sharing these things with us. Thank you very much.
I just want to note there were 2 comments in the chat. So there is a comment from RK. The University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign Police Department has a co-responder model with social workers that has been very successful. They now take BSW and MSW interns in their program and are hoping to grow. There are currently 2 full-time social workers employed by UIPD. Well, thank you for sharing that comment. And then it looks like we have a question. SADV survivors may have distrust of police. So is it found that collaboration increases client trust in police? Does this vary with approach?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
absolutely. Yes, the research does show for the lab, it was victim satisfaction. That was a big part of it because we saw increased victim satisfaction with that response and showing where even if what was neat is even if we had a victim who like didn't respond or said like, hey, I don't want to answer any of these questions. When we had a case where someone went to that house again and they were like, you know what, it was still like nice to see like this is somebody who they're asking those questions. And even though at the time, like I wasn't ready the first time they came out, seeing that we had, you know, a police department that was like willing to help me out and willing to link us to services, even if I wasn't ready, knowing that they were willing to take that step made me feel better about it. So we've heard definitely some like qualitative, some qualitative interviews and some qualitative testimonies. And same thing on the law enforcement side too, just seeing that decrease in police burnout and also just sort of like that increased satisfaction in those working relationships. For some of the other models, so the other two models are also for implementing like in crisis intervention for like mental health concerns too. So not just looking at DV, but looking at hospitalization. Consistently, we're seeing those findings that there's that increase in community satisfaction as well. The numbers vary, but we're still seeing that there's that significant satisfaction in that increase.
You know, just on the flip side of that, from the police perspective, police officers oftentimes feel like they're in a no-win situation when they respond to domestic violence calls. And if they miss something or make a misstep, either way, they could end up being subject to a lot of criticism. Just having a structured approach helps them not only know what to say and all of that, but it probably helps them with the engagement. They say, you know, we've got a protocol we walk through. It results in a conversation that probably wouldn't happen if they were just responding and using their best judgment as to what to do. I can just see multiple benefits to having this sort of a structured program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And it's the 11-item questionnaire is like every single question has been tied to a lethality marker. And what's really interesting about it is a lot of the questions on there relate to emotional abuse and not physical abuse. So when we were first sort of surveying our police departments, we heard that a lot where like, hey, we get a lot of calls about emotional abuse. We don't get a lot about maybe physical abuse or some of that homicide piece. But one stat that always stuck out to me when we first started this program is that in 32% of intimate partner violence homicides, that homicide was the first physical incident. So meaning that there were a lot of indicators on emotional violence that can link really closely with lethality, which is why we still ask some of those questions. But it's nice, it's structured. Here's these 11 questions. You ask them from question 1 to question 11. And the LAP is also like really strict in saying like, don't stop at question 4 and start asking something else. They're like, get 1 through 11 first and then ask some of those questions. So that way you can just get through it and some of those things will be answered already.
I'm curious because the experience of people in law enforcement with these domestic violence calls is that when it comes time to actually engage in any sort of intervention, the person who was the complainant, the person who was abused, oftentimes backtracks.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so the police feel frustrated. They know that there's something going on. They want to do something about it. And this is actually one of the effects of the trauma that the victims of abuse go through. Certainly children do, because as we talked about before you joined us here, abusers virtually always blame their victims for the abuse, and victims feel guilty. And so even after a police call, the person who is the victim of this sort of abuse, and it can end up being talked out of it or just even self-talk themselves out of it because of this kind of this perverse sort of psychology that happens. It's a form of the Stockholm syndrome where they actually end up defending their abuser. Children do it, women who are abused do it. And so I'm curious about whether this sort of approach that you're talking about here by the police officers reduces the backtracking afterwards.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we know it takes an average of 7 times for someone to leave an abusive situation. So when you're getting those multiple calls and you're like, I've been at this house 5 or 6 times, so we see it following that cycle of violence. And yes, that was one of the findings, was that we saw less multiple calls. And we also saw that survivors were like more likely to seek an order of protection, be granted an order of protection. We also saw higher bonds for people who abuse as well. And one part of it that I didn't mention is, even though we have that sort of crisis intervention in the midst of that trauma, the social service agency also does a follow-up call 48 hours later, once our survivors are not in that like fight or flight mode anymore, to be able to also talk through and do some of that safety planning. But we've seen that the sooner that we can get victims and survivors engaged in services, the quicker we're able to break that cycle of violence.
Well, I can see from the victim's perspective how they would often feel, depending on the nature of the interaction with the responding police officers, a feeling of not just helplessness, but hopelessness.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
Is this going to do any good? And if not, is it just making it worse for me to call the police? And this sort of response probably increases a level of hope. And I think that's reflected in what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we really appreciate you sharing. We appreciate the work you're doing. We appreciate the work your team is doing, and the work that the people you train are doing. So thank you very much for joining us. All right, well, we'll go ahead with our next presenter. We have Claudia Hypes, who's here from, she's the education coordinator for the NAMI Metro Suburban. Now, NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It's nationwide, 900 affiliates. This is the affiliate that covers the west suburbs of Chicago. And the topic here is language matters. Now that could be read as language matters or language matters. And I suspect both
Yes.
apply to one degree or another. So Claudia, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Claudia. I'm the education coordinator at NAMI Metro Suburban. So the bulk of my job, I work with students and I present to middle schoolers and high schoolers about stress and mental health. And so I'm very happy to be here highlighting our Language Matters presentation. This is something I created as soon as I joined NAMI, because I thought there was a need to kind of address the barrier between mental health services and the language we use and identify people with. And so if you want to just tap the next slide. These are just what we're going to be going over today. We're going to talk about why language is important. You already know, but we're going to get into why it's important to identity and why it matters so much and impacts our sense of self. We'll talk about stigmatizing language and then types of stigma as well. We'll talk about the difference between person first and identity first language, which first came about in the 90s during the disability movement. And then we'll kind of talk about some patterns of harmful language and understand some obstacles they present. And lastly, we're going to find ways to address individuals respectfully and use less stigmatizing language. And then also just learn our role as a bystander. So these are just reminders I always throw out there. Words are powerful. They have an impact. So choose wisely. I was always told as a child, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. And I've lived by that. As much as people say actions speak louder than words, I think words truly have the power to bring us together in a community or tear us apart. being respectful, thoughtful, and considerate. Just because this is a sensitive topic, talking about people with mental health conditions and how they like to be identified, is something that really goes into respect and how stigma prolongs itself. Nobody's perfect. Be willing to learn from your mistakes. I make mistakes. I'm human. We're all human. This presentation is kind of just to urge the awareness of yourself and of others and the words we use. I don't imagine that you will come out of this and just automatically replace all of the language you use with the language I propose. But it's all about kind of learning and unlearning our old habits that are kind of ingrained in our ways. And then think before you speak. So if you want to tap, think is just a basic educational model used in a lot of systems. It's always just kind of reminding someone that you should always think before you speak, thinking about whether what you're going to say is true, if it's reliable, if it's helpful. So is it going to aid in the betterment of others' individuality or representation? Is it important? Is it necessary? And then is it kind? So this is just a little shout out to the fact that language is finally getting a lot of attention, that the way we speak to each other, the words we use to describe others impacts our sense of self, that it impacts our sense of belonging. And specifically, the American Psychiatric Association has developed a language guide. So it highlights on people of different races, ethnicities, people with disabilities, people who have different sexual orientations. And it kind of just gives us this layout of how we are to speak to people, because when talking about some sensitive subjects, we don't always know how to address people or what they would like to be. And so this is all about kind of getting comfortable with addressing people in the way they want to be seen. If you want to tap. So why language is important for many reasons. Language is a crucial component of our existence. It's how we build connections. It's how we are able to communicate with others, and it's directly linked to culture and identity. So other than that, language is truly a reflection of our character. The words we use show our knowledge. They represent, you know, how open we are and how welcoming we are. And so we always want to make sure that we're using language that allows others to be seen and heard. Language grants us this amazing ability to illustrate others and people, individuals of the community as they want to be seen. So at NAMI, we always say, ask, don't assume. If you don't know what someone likes to identify as, always just be curious, and they'll be very thankful for that. And the last point is that the way we speak about others, this way we speak to each other, like I said earlier, it can either bring us together or it can tear us apart. It can encourage hope and pride and community and bring people to, you know, a more understanding, cohesive existence, or it can, you know, segregate people, further demean them, shame them, and then stigmatize them. So acts of bias are ways in which language can be used against people. So you're probably already aware of what acts of bias are. These are just some of them. Discrimination being that actual act of discriminating or, you know, acting, you know, not allowing someone in your group because they have a mental health condition, or because they have been incarcerated, or because they, you know, haven't been reliable. Those would be discrimination. Prejudice is that attitude we have. So having negative beliefs or attitudes about people with mental health conditions would be a prejudice. Stereotypes are very common. They're very societally ingrained. And so a lot of times we can't tell the difference between a stereotype and the truth. Stereotypes are kind of just these already pre-made assumptions about people that are usually false. So a big stereotype within the mental health community is that people with mental health conditions are violent.
And this has gotten a lot of attention, especially towards the rise and increase in school shootings and just shootings in general. And it's actually false. Statistically, it's proven that people who have mental health conditions are more likely to be a victim of violence, or they're more likely to hurt themselves. And then microaggressions, that is the demeaning slight that we project verbally onto people. This is one, using the word schizo instead of saying someone who lives with schizophrenia. That is what we'll go into. It's kind of the barrier between allowing someone's identity to represent them, their mental health condition to represent their whole identity, or for it to be just an aspect of themselves. And so saying that schizo should be put in a straitjacket is a microaggression, considering that we're not using person first language, and straitjackets are historically oppressive in the way that they were used to confine people, and because others were scared that they would hurt people. So types of stigma, unfortunately, there's plenty of types of stigma, and they're all ingrained in our society systems. And so structural stigma is stigma within like an institution. And so whether it's a school, a workplace, those would be structural stigmas. Maybe if you were not involved in a group project at work because you have a mental health condition and you are not always reliable, timely wise. Someone said, I don't want them on this project because they're not on time. They have a mental health condition. That would be structural stigma. It's excluding someone because you don't think that they are able to amount to what you would like. Self-stigma is that self-internalized stigma. So this is the stigma we kind of attribute to ourselves once public stigma is around. And so the idea that I don't want to seek help for my mental health condition because I know that my friends wouldn't want to be friends with me, that would be self-stigma. Not being able to seek help, treatment, all those things because you think that there's something wrong with you internally, that is self-stigma. Professional stigma is really unfortunately prevalent in the healthcare system among psychiatrists and therapists and just clinicians in general. There's this tendency to group people together because clinicians, social workers, therapists, they see so many people. They tend to group people into what their disorder is and therefore not seeing them as a whole person. And so their approaches aren't individualized. This isn't a thing everywhere, but I have seen it in treatment. And so it's just something to be aware of. Stigma by association, that would be my sister lives with bipolar disorder, and because she lives with bipolar disorder, the people across the street don't want to come over for dinner because they think that me and my mom might be ill as well. Public stigma is just that natural underlying stigma that attributes to individuals feeling rejected, avoided by society, and kind of just segregated overall. So in terms of the types of language we should use, in the 90s, there was a big rise in the disability movement where people were advocating for change in the way that we speak to and about each other. This was shortly after the ADA was signed into action that people wanted to have proper representation. And so there came this big movement where we switched, or it was promoted that we use person first language. As you can see, the difference between person first language and identity first language is the fact that identity first attaches your mental health condition to yourself. That is what you are seen as. That is what you are identified as. And sometimes that can prohibit people from seeing you as anything other. Person first language is a way for us to separate the person from the illness and therefore just see the person as themselves first. And all the things, a mother, a daughter, a cousin, a social worker, a teacher, all those things are a part of their identity. And so is their mental health, but it is not attached to them or linked directly. So saying they are mentally ill Instead, you would say they are living with a mental health condition. I always like to say, try to avoid saying suffering or struggling with a mental health condition. We're all, we all make mistakes, like I said, but using the word struggling or suffering can imply that anyone with a mental health condition is struggling. And that's not true. There are billions of people living in the world who are living a great life and succeeding and being successful with a mental health condition. And so it implies that they're always kind of going to be ill and that recovery isn't almost possible. And it implies this almost weakness, which is what we want to stay away from. So other examples would be saying he is an alcoholic. Instead, you'd be safe and say he has an alcohol use disorder. Now, I work at NAMI and I work with plenty of people. Everybody at NAMI shares one thing in common. We all have experience with a mental health condition, whether we have one ourselves or we have a family member or friend who's been directly impacted. I work with a lot of people who like to identify as alcoholics or substance users because they think that that was a vital part in their life, that they learned a lot about themselves. And so they like to say that. So this is where you have to be curious. Ask someone. If you've ever been to an AA meeting, they start with, hi, I'm blank and I'm an alcoholic. So in that community of substance use, some people really like to identify as users. However, to be respectful, we always say, try out first person or just ask, be like, what do you identify as? And usually they'll be really grateful that you asked and you'll gain their respect from that. The last one, just another one. She is a manic depressive. Rather than labeling someone as their illness, you would say she's experiencing living with bipolar disorder. So this slide is just kind of here to be something to relate to. I am 23. I graduated from my undergrad almost a year ago. And so I heard a lot of this in college. I heard a lot of it in high school. And unfortunately, as I'm in these middle schools and high schools, I still hear it. And I hear it in the workplace even. We all make mistakes, but it's unlearning those unhealthy habits and those patterns that we really need to work towards. So all of these phrases are they're either using diagnoses as descriptors, which we want to avoid, or it's using a phrase related to mental health and recovery in a very nonchalant, commonplace way, which is something that we want to stay away from because it takes away from the experience people are having. So something I heard a lot when I was younger was people comparing skinny people, people that were petite or tiny, to anorexic people. That takes away from the fact that people with anorexia are struggling. And it also just gives this false stereotype because the majority of people that deal with anorexia are actually either at baseline weight or they're overweight. They're not underweight. That is kind of a myth. The weather is so bipolar today. I hear that a lot in middle schools. They don't really know how to describe it being sunny and then it's snowing the next day. Saying that something was traumatizing, like a test or a performance review, comparing a regular experience that everyone goes through to trauma is really demeaning, and it really invalidates the fact that people experience traumatic events at different degrees. And so I'm curious, do any of you have anything like that comes to mind, or when you see this that kind of pops out at you and you're like, I've definitely heard that before? Yeah.
I feel very guilty in using some of the language, like especially like that test was traumatizing or that book is depressing. So I really hear you when you're saying that's something that's taken away from someone's validation of how they're feeling. But I never thought of it that way until you presented it in that context.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that you really just have to flip your perspective and you'll see it in a different way, because I did this, my family does this. And it was only until about a year ago when I realized that language has so much of an impact. And because language is basically evolutionary, it changes over time. It leaves us the possibility to change the way we speak to each other and also change the way that we you know, come together as a community. Something that I'm definitely always do is you're giving me anxiety. And now I live with generalized anxiety disorder. I feel as if I might have it might be okay for me to say that, but that is attributing to self-stigma in a way when you say that's giving me anxiety, because you're using it almost in a way that's synonymous to stress. And as we know, anxiety and stress are very, very different. My OCD is kicking in. That's something I hear a lot. People comparing OCD to being very nitpicky or very tidy. If you want to click to the next slide. And so because that was something that I heard so often, especially in even in the workplace. I mean, I work with people who all live with mental health conditions. They're all in recovery and we all make mistakes. But I heard it a lot in schools and in my family and amongst my friends that I thought it warranted me doing almost a problem diagram about it. So this is a way to kind of differentiate what it is and what it isn't. And when you separate these two into two, you know, different paths, it makes a lot more sense and kind of reassures that, you know, the language we use truly does have an impact, because it's all about what it really means. So OCD is unwanted thoughts and fears leading to repetitive behaviors. So it includes obsessions and compulsions. It's a serious mental health condition that can be debilitating. There are plenty of people living with OCD that are thriving, but many people are living with OCD and they can't hold a steady job. They can't stay in relationships. They can't drive themselves places because their mental health condition and the symptoms that they experience are so debilitating. It does include uncontrollable urges and images. What it's not is being excessively tidy, wanting things a specific way. We as humans by nature have preferences, and that is completely respectable. But comparing the fact that we have preferences and specificities to a mental health condition is really demeaning. So we want to stay away from that. Making sure your margins are aligned in your PowerPoint. Things that some people will say, oh, I think I have OCD if I do that, but you don't know the extent of which it really impacts you. If it is impacting your everyday life, if you, like I said, I always end it with preferring your books to be organized by color and alphabetized. That is, you know, okay for anyone. If there's a circumstance where you can't sleep or eat for 3 days because you need to have them all alphabetized, then we might have a problem and you might need to see a psychiatrist or a therapist. But if it doesn't halt you from getting your regular everyday activities done, it's not something that you should reference to. So how can language be harmful overall? I came up with these 4 reasons. It invalidates, exacerbates the problem at hand, segregates, and perpetuates. So it rhymes, which is kind of funny, but it invalidates people, so it takes away from their experience. Saying, I'm so OCD in the kitchen can make someone with OCD feel like, okay, well, my problems are obviously not that important. And that can further hinder recovery or treatment or adherence to treatment. And it minimizes the challenge that people actually experience with a mental health condition. It exacerbates the problem. So not only do we already have this stigma at the center of the mental health community, but it makes the problem bigger, because the more we use these words, these phrases, the more people will use them, because we as humans, we do by modeling. So what our parents say, what our friends say, what our coworkers say, we will say as well. And so using those trends of language endorses that, like, it's okay to use those phrases, and kind of allows for this casual use that just is inaccurate at its core. It segregates, so those negative terms can already, you know, cause stigma, but it perpetuates this culture of exclusion, and at the core of it reinforces ableism. Ableism is the belief that people who are fully able-bodied, who have all of their senses, all of their limbs, everything kind of intact are better, are superior. And so this is something that is unfortunately still around. Ableism is really ingrained into our society just because of decades of oppression. But using those words further says, okay, it's okay to say that, and we're right. It's okay to say that, and those words are okay to use in a casual, commonplace phrase. And then it perpetuates the problem. So not only do we have the problem at hand, but it makes it harder to get rid of it, because not only are we dealing with trying to replace the language we use, but it also, the further and more people keep using this language, the more it's going to spread, the more it's going to be endorsed in schools or in a basketball team or in workplaces, because we're basically understanding that everyone else is saying it, so it's okay if I say it. And at its core, language is one of the stigma is the main reason people don't seek recovery in mental health. And a very, very important aspect to stigma is language, is how we speak to each other. So this slide is, I created this because after talking about why it's important and everything, I wanted to give concrete examples of, well, what do we do? Like, it's hard to change our patterns and change our habits. And so knowing anything about habit formation or behavioral sorry, I lost my word. Behavior in general. In order to stop having a habit, to, get rid of it, we need to replace it with something. You can't just get rid of something and then allow this big space of, okay, well, what do I do? There needs to be a replacement. So I always like to say it's just a matter of expanding your vocabulary. Buy a thesaurus and just bring it everywhere. I'm so OCD in the kitchen. Instead, you could say your specific, particular, picky, but stay away from those diagnoses. That movie was depressing, upsetting, sad, unfortunate, heartbreaking, tear-jerking. Could be anything, but stay away from that diagnosis. Startled, frightened, surprised, spooked, shocked. Those are all ways to explain something rather than saying it's a panic attack. I forgot again. I've been so ADHD lately, something I hear a lot. You can be distracted, you can be preoccupied, spacing out. ADHD. That test was traumatizing, saying it was difficult, unexpected, complicated, confusing. Just a matter of finding a replacement. So, in terms of overall impact, the harmful use of language can further stigma, and these are all the types of, well, I don't know what's there, that should not be there, but these are all the ways that it can really affect people. So first, it impacts the treatment. It impacts them seeing a therapist, seeking help in general. It impacts adherence of treatment, so actually taking your medication every day. And then, as we know, the longer we don't seek treatment for a mental health condition, the worse the symptoms can get. So earliest intervention is the best prevention. Individual impact, so that sense of self and sense of belonging is lowered. Psychological impact, the worsening of symptoms and feeling as if we are not going to get anywhere because we haven't been diagnosed, we haven't had the attention that we need towards this problem, are all impacts of stigma. Social stigma, this includes, not being picked for the job that you want, not having the same opportunities as others, not being understood by family and friends because you haven't been open with them about your mental health condition or something of the sort. And then the last is detrimental repercussions. So that overall just leads to, you know, stigma can truly be a cause and effect chart, and it can lead to coping by using substances, can lead to suicidal ideations, self-harm, self-stigma, bullying. And so we just always like to make sure people see the correlation between language and stigma and the impact. So we're getting to the end. This is the last slide before I have two just alternative language slides. And I felt the need to add this because it's something I specifically have a personal, you know, experience with. So it's very common, and I don't know when this became a thing, but unfortunately it's quite common for kids, people, individuals around to use the word or phrase of suicide as a joke. I hear it all the time in the schools, the kids saying, I want to kill myself because that test was like so hard, or, you know, this deadline makes me want to kill myself. I personally have lost two people to suicide. I lost a friend of mine when I was in freshman year of high school, and then I lost my cousin when I was a freshman in college. And I too have experienced suicidal ideations and know what it's like to be in that dark place. And so I've kind of made it like my commitment to, you know, make sure this is something that we see as a problem and that people are held accountable for. Because joking about suicide can be so belittling and minimizing to the person who is considering it in the group that you may not know, or to the people who have lost others to suicide. I hear my friends say this a lot, and they'll always cut themselves off, and they'll be like, and I will just say, find another way to say it. Find another way. Just say, like, use a different word, because they know my experience with it, and they know that I might be a little sensitive towards the topic, but also the idea that we compare uncomfortable or bad situations, which happens to everyone. We get the good and bad as humans. That's just our experience. But comparing to that to, you know, suicide, which is something that is so hard to understand, is just should not be allowed. So I always like to say, if you hear people say this, like, call them out. Don't be afraid to say that's not okay. Find another way to say it. So these last two slides are basically just, I have sheets in the back, and I will hand them out actually. So I created these worksheets. I created these worksheets so people can kind of have on hand if they are in a situation where they hear it, where they say it, and they're like, oh, I don't know what to use instead. I created these worksheets for people to be able to reference. And
if you'll share those with us in PDF form, we can send those to all the participants.
But it's basically just, instead of saying this, you say this, and then it gives a reason why, and kind of explain the rationale behind using alternative language. That's actually different. And so, as you can see up there, I started off with substance use, so calling someone an addict, drunk, an alcoholic, or junkie. Instead, you would call them someone who is living with substance use disorder. Clean, dirty, sober, we try to stay away from those intentionally because it gives us this black and white terminology as if recovery is a thing that we can achieve and be successful at or be unsuccessful at. And as we know, recovery ebbs and flows. It's gray. It's all in the gray area. People can relapse, people can be better. But using those terms kind of puts them in a box, and we want to not do that. Crazy, insane, psycho, disturbed. Those are all very common. Those are probably what you hear the most. It's just a matter of exchanging that with another word: unique, peculiar, odd, outlandish, something that doesn't go back to the historical oppression. This is how people described individuals that were living with mental health conditions long ago. And it gave this sense of fear. We had to, people were labeled. And so those labels kind of ensued this sense of fear, and like, you need to watch out for them. And as much as, we say like, oh my God, that basketball game was crazy, or, that person who was driving was kind of acting like psycho. As much as it's really ingrained and it's hard to switch these words out, we have to remember at the core that they were meant to demean and shame people, and we don't want to do that. Schizo, depressive, that's just an example of using person first language, or using identity first, and instead you'd say person living with, person experiencing, because it restricts that person from being seen as anything else other than their mental health condition. Suffering, struggling with the mental health condition, that's one that we always say stay away from. You could say just experiencing. I always say I'm dealing with anxiety, I'm dealing with ADHD, living with it, but it implies that there's a weakness around mental health conditions and disregards the fact that recovery is possible, and not only possible, but probable. Killed themselves, committed suicide. That is kind of ingrained in our society because there are a lot of religions that see suicide as a sin, and suicide has been kind of labeled as a crime in a lot of communities. And so it's also seen like as a choice, as something someone like chooses to do. And we know it's so much more complicated by that. So we stray away from that and look towards the lost. We lost them by suicide. They died by suicide. They didn't commit suicide. Successful and unsuccessful. This is really prevalent in the Hollywood industry. When someone attempts suicide, it will say there was an unsuccessful or successful. You'll see it in the media, but it frames suicide as an achievement or a task, and we want to, again, stay away from that. Instead of using victim or survivor, which a lot of people, this is another reason you just have to be curious and say, well, what do you like to be identified as? Using that label can make someone feel confined to their experience of domestic violence or rape or whatever it is. And so we like to stay away from that and say a person that has been impacted by that. Mental asylum, loony bin, nut house. These are all historically oppressive words to kind of describe the rehabilitation facilities that people in mental health conditions have been put in. So we always say mental health facility, service, rehabilitation center. And that's because those words kind of imply this false belief that we had to lock up and stay away and safeguard ourselves to and contain people with mental health conditions because they were violent or dangerous. And lastly, how to be an ally. So this is the end of my presentation. This is just kind of some things to take along with you. Again, everyone makes mistakes. Be open to being corrected. Using inclusive language increases a sense of belonging and builds trust within communities. So this is something that at its core will really help workplaces, schools, communities, townships just feel more belonged to. And then honoring the identity of an individual on a personal level is always something to keep in mind. Ask, don't assume. Like I said, be curious, encourage that awareness. So, if you hear these words, bring it up. You don't have to call them out, but maybe say like, but why do we say that? And kind of encourage that discussion, because the more we talk about why we use the words we do, the more attention to look at. Initiate those conversations and then, of course, stop the shame. So be aware of the sensitivity around this. You know, some people like being called an alcoholic, and then some people who are in recovery don't. So just realize that everyone has their individual preferences, and it's important to, you know, keep that in mind. And last but not least, acknowledge humanity. At the core of everything, we are all people, we're all humans, and we all deserve to be respected and seen and heard and kind of put at the same level as everyone else. So yeah, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Claudia, for sharing that. Just some reflections. I was thinking, okay, takeaways. Normally, when we're thinking about language, we're thinking about language is when you have an idea and you put it into words, which are simple for the meaning that you have in your head, and it communicates to someone else what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has another effect, as you pointed out. The choice of words also shapes what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
It works the other way around. So it's not just the people that are listening. It sounds to me like you're stigmatizing somebody in someone else's mind. It's in your mind that language matters because it shapes your thoughts, my thoughts. At least that's, as you're talking, that's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking, this was provoking, because a lot of those, we probably all use some of those.
Of course.
Crazy. Okay, well, that leads to the second thought. Let's suppose someone who's listening to that is struggling with a mental health issue. And they're reflecting themselves. Should I seek help? Should I not? If I do, you see, she'll think I'm crazy. And so it also inhibits people seeking help. Now, on that note, I'm going to add something else. This goes back to my days in the governor's office. I was in the governor's office as director of public safety policy. We had a working committee, bipartisan committee here in Illinois, to look at criminal justice issues and particularly gun violence issues. And it was interesting experience because we established a cone of silence, where, okay, here you stop being Democrats and Republicans and this caucus and that, and it's just a group of us talking about things. Okay, all of a sudden we had some really productive conversations that wouldn't be had outside the cone of silence. But one of the topics that we studied was this relationship between mental health and gun violence. And you directly address that when you're talking about the myth busting segment of your presentation. And we had several experts come in to join us and address that topic. All of them said exactly the same thing you did, which is this is an absolute myth that people who do things like the mass shootings and all that sort of thing, they do it because they're suffering from mental health issues. Okay, they said, well, yeah, I suppose if you think that anybody who would do such a thing must be having some sort of mental health issue. But speaking of professionals, they said these aren't diagnosed or even diagnosable mental health issues, and yet that's the response that we had from a public policy standpoint, to the extent that here in Illinois and a lot of other places, people who seek mental health treatment and end up being admitted for hospitalization can't possess a firearm. Well, that's a disincentive to seek treatment, isn't it? If you're a hunter or a competitive shooter or somebody who's just interested in self-defense or something like that. Let's suppose somebody carries a firearm for their profession, like a police officer, or they or something like that. And they say, I should really seek some, I'm feeling depression. I'm experiencing depression. I went in for my physical and they asked me some questions. And they said, do you ever feel these sorts of things? With standard questions. Yeah. And they said, do you need to seek? I can't. Because if I do, I'll lose my job, or I may lose my job. And these stigmas and the policies that may be based on stigmas, to your point about this myth, can be counterproductive. The people who sometimes need the help the most, either because of the language their friends use all around them, suicide language, they're struggling with depression, you know, they're joking about some sort of things like that. Okay, they're probably not gonna, it's gonna be a disincentive to seek help. Someone who's police officers whose profession depends on carrying a firearm. We have these counterproductive policies that are baked into a system that is irrational. And yet we call it the justice system, and we think that it increases public safety, but it doesn't. It does the opposite. I appreciate the point. My soapbox on that. But here, I mean, it's baked into our system in Illinois. And so these stigmas and the impact on whether people seek the mental health treatment that they need are really important. Any questions from anybody here? Looking online, because I can access it here, I didn't see any questions that popped up in the chat.
That was just a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Jahn, Health Commission Executive Director here, and we fund many of the programs that you. You know, what you were talking about made me think of a book probably 50 years old, but I had it in some social psychology courses, and it was the social construction of reality. The words construct our reality. If I say tree, you get an image of that. You know, and all I did was make a sound, but the language creates the experience reality. And it's really to try and change is what our reality is.
And that's the dimension. That's my biggest takeaway from what you were saying. That how we speak, the language we use shapes the we think.
Right. And
As
the reality we live in.
And the reality. Yeah, that's a powerful concept, and we appreciate you sharing that. Okay, Rob, in the back there.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna speak up.
Oh,
Speaker.
can you hear me? Is this loud enough for your purposes?
Just a moment, I'll listen.
Okay, so you know, when you're talking about, I guess it's kids and high school were saying, I want to commit suicide, or whatever the phrase was, it's to me that before we condemn somebody for saying that, and maybe it is kidding, but maybe it's not. You know, I mean, I'm not a psychologist, I don't pretend to be one, but a lot of times people say things because they want to say it, because there's something underlying. I mean, I think if somebody was joking about suicide, I would consider taking them aside and saying, are you okay? I mean, I just think that sometimes when people say, I'm really depressed, I realize it could be overused, or I'm traumatized, it could be overused. But they also may be speaking that I'm struggling with something and I don't know who to talk to. For the stigma and everything else, I'm afraid to bring it up. So rather than the first thing being to essentially condemn the speech, I would want to ask what's happening, what's going on with you. So that's the first point. Second point is, I know that I'm old, so I get it. But also I don't use pronouns. It's just not who I'm not going to start saying. I'm just old. Other people use them, that's fine, but I don't use them. But I think that we have to be careful in the way that we stigmatize people on the other end who are not going along with the new use of language. So what do you mean you don't have confidence? Call me Rob. I mean, I'm happy, just call me Rob. And rather than saying him, say Rob. I would say Rob. You know, I mean, the bottom line is that's not, I don't put the parenthetical act on me. So I just think that we can also go overboard. So those are two thoughts. I don't know if you have any.
So your last item on one of your things was be kind.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. in the way we're speaking. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Our next guest is somebody who I really admire, Lenore Anderson. Lenore is the founder, I believe, and executive director of Alliance for Safety and Justice. And she's the author of a book called In Their Names. Now, the two are related. In Their Names, the theme of the book, my own paraphrase, is that it is traditional that in being tough on crime, we seek justice in the name of the victims, justice in the form of punishment. And yet, I can tell you as a former prosecutor, we don't generally really ask the victims when we prosecute crimes in their names, seeking justice in their names, what they would view as a just outcome in this case. And the book is about the gap between the perception and the reality as we pursue justice in the form of punishment in the names of victims. But the connection between the trauma victims' experience and crime is a topic that Lenore is just almost a bottomless resource on. And Lenore, and also, by the way, she is episode 17 of Justice Voices. You might hear that theme every once in a while. And she gets into it. She also is, if you want to know more about Lenore, she was also the guest recently on another podcast by a friend of mine, The Impossible Network. And in that, the host, Mark Fallows, always likes to start before they get into the substance with talking about the person. And you'll find out a lot about Lenore's background and who she is, what makes her tick if you listen to that one. Anyway, Lenore, with that, we turn it over to you.
Thank you. David, can you affirm that y'all can hear me? I don't want to make sure I am being heard.
You are being heard loud and clear.
Fantastic. Great to be here this afternoon. So I will spend my time talking about the issues that my organization addresses, but I'm hoping to leave plenty of time for discussion and dialogue, as I know there's many experts in the room here today, and it's an honor to be able to join you virtually. Eric, a young man in Detroit, he was shot as a bystander when gun violence erupted in his neighborhood. He was paralyzed from that shooting and could no longer continue in his line of work, and also needed new housing accommodations because he was in a wheelchair. Hospital bills for Eric started piling up, electricity bills, rent, things like that, and many other unpaid debts. So he applied for victim compensation, the state's financial assistance program that every state in the country has. His application was denied. He fixed it and applied again, denied again and again. Eric became desperate, and through that desperation, he did something he had never done before, which is he began selling his own pain medication that was prescribed to him to help him manage post-injury pain. He began selling his own pain medication for money. He then got arrested for selling drugs, and now had his first felony conviction, making finding stability even harder. He went from an impossible situation to an even more impossible scenario. It was trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. Eric is one of millions of people in the United States devastated by violence, who become victims of violence and face impossible challenges when help isn't there. Physical and emotional pain, including trauma and isolation, And those challenges are worsened by a lack of basic support, resulting in extreme financial stress. It's as if public systems around too many victims of crime are essentially set up to compound trauma as opposed to heal it. So for millions of people like Eric, public systems experience them as invisible. They're dropped from care and concern far too quickly. There's no safety, there's no support, and there's no justice. This is an example of the chasm that exists, a chasm between victims of violence and crime and our systems of public safety. And that gap between where most victims are and the priorities of our public safety systems, that gap contributes to what has now become known as mass incarceration. It also prevents the healing of trauma and prevents deserving communities from experiencing real safety. So my first job out of law school in 2001 was representing young people behind bars. I sat in courtrooms with parents of incarcerated youth who were, these were youth who were getting pepper sprayed by guards, spending months in solitary confinement, witnessing daily fights. Despite these horrors, they had committed crimes. So judges usually opposed what we were seeking, which were sentencing changes to release these young people. So lacking help in the courtroom, the parents that I was working with, we started organizing to talk directly to policymakers and see if we could advocate for policy reform. We used to load up vans. This was, 20 years ago. We would load up vans of parents of incarcerated youth and head to the state capitol where I lived in California and meet with legislators. But this 20 years ago, this was during the height of the tough on crime era. And we were in California, which is, unbeknownst to most, is actually the birthplace of a lot of the tough justice movement. Starting in the 80s in California and then spreading across the country, tough justice politicians aligned with, at that time, what was sort of a new crop of victims' rights groups. And they kind of created what essentially became an unstoppable political force. Politicians and their allies stood arm in arm with victims' rights groups and talked about overlooked victims and public safety. And that movement enacted laws that created entirely new rights for victims in the United States, especially courtroom rights and compensation programs. But that political movement also successfully advocated for much tougher justice policies, whether it's longer sentences, reducing people's rights for release, taking away what at the time was sort of called prison amenities. So in less than 30 years, they won the passage of more than 32,000 laws, allegedly sort of designed to protect victims and stop crime. So I mentioned that what was going on at that time, because back in the early 2000s, when I'm sitting with parents and talking to legislators, these meetings were not easy, right? These were meetings where we were talking about the harmful impacts of incarceration, but we got a lot of blank stares in response. You're anti-victim is one of the common phrases we would hear. You're going to hurt public safety. By talking about the harms of incarceration, we were in some ways viewed as like the pro-crime lobby. The common wisdom is that these things don't live together, right? You can care about victims and safety, or you care about people who are incarcerated, but those two things are never interrelated or the same. Now that, like I said, that was 20 years ago, and a lot has changed, and many of y'all have been a part of those changes. The mainstream has really woken up to the problems of extreme overuse of incarceration, especially the devastating racialized impacts of it. And there's been a shift in public opinion, but there's this key thing that remains an uphill battle that I want to talk about. There's a continued myth that is still sort of dominating the political conversation around public safety. And, despite the fact that reforms have been enacted, this is still both the most incarcerated nation in the world And also, especially post-COVID, a nation that's facing horrific cycles of violence. Despite billions spent, for most people hurt by violence, trauma and economic instability are a factor in everyday life, a feature of everyday life. The continued battle that we're facing here in terms of the barriers to reform, the biggest reason for that is these myths that I encountered more than 20 years ago. If you reform justice too much, you're going to hurt victims. But what's important for us to do is confront something that drives our work at Alliance for Safety and Justice, which is that there's the well understood harmful impacts of too much incarceration. But what's less discussed is the other side of the coin, which is pervasive disregard for victims. So from our perspective, mass incarceration and victim disregard are actually two sides of the same coin. And in order to chart a new path to safety, we're going to have to confront that. We're going to have to confront that too much incarceration hurts victims as much as it does waste public dollars. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the ways in which our myths around victims have contributed to unaddressed trauma, and how it's so important to confront that in order to turn our safety priorities around. So some of the facts that we lift up through our research that bear repeating. The justice system has not demonstrated a lot of capacity to protect most people hurt by crime and violence. 1 in 4 people in the US will be a victim. Half are victims of violence. Crime and violence are ubiquitous, to be sure, but the impact of who experiences the most of it and who is most chronically and repeatedly hurt by violence, that's actually severely concentrated. We're talking low-income communities, communities of color, LGBTQ communities, people with disabilities, immigrant communities, and people with records. And what are their experiences with our safety systems? Well, 4 out of 5 victims of violence report that there was no case resolution, no investigation, no follow-up from the justice system, ultimately just no justice. And 9 in 10 victims, even worse, report they get no help to recover, no access to those compensation programs, no access to trauma recovery, no therapeutic support. That lack of help to recover leads to PTSD, vulnerability to developing substance use disorder, and insurmountable what we call victimization debt. All of these things, whether it's the extreme financial stress through victimization debt or PTSD, leads to worsened life outcomes and shorter lifespans. There are also, even more sinister experiences that victims have dealing with criminal justice. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. In 2017 in New Orleans, Louisiana, prosecutors were arresting and jailing victims of crime to compel their testimony in court. These were victims of domestic violence, human trafficking, people who were terrified to testify in court and worried for their safety, being placed in jail to force their participation. The one variable all these victims of harm had who were sitting in New Orleans jail was that these were all low-income people and people of color. In Cleveland, Ohio, in 2010, investigative reporters discovered untested rape kits collecting cobwebs in the back of the police station. And this was happening, this untested and disregard for victims of serious violence was happening at the same time that police department, like many across the United States at the time, were ratcheting up the arrest of people for possession of crack pipes. And they were testing in the same lab that they could have been testing rape kits. They were actually testing crack pipes for trace amounts of drugs in order to be able to charge felonies and send people to prison. And this was all nearly universally an increase in the arrest, specifically of Black Clevelanders. So those are the kinds of upside down priorities that have been really sinister in terms of disregard for victims, especially and in particular victims of color and low income victims. These are stories that have been piling up for generations. This is a system that's ultimately not been capable of respecting or protecting all victims equally. Essentially, we've got a justice system that's built from the ground up on what I call a hierarchy of harm, which is, the lens through which victims' worthiness is seen. But that's not the only challenge that victims have when it comes to our justice system. The other is that the response, when there is a response, often adds trauma on top of trauma. So, one thing that happened beyond the victims' rights movement that I mentioned was all this expansion in incarceration. That has also hurt victims. And let me just hone in on some of the statistics and share why I'm proposing that. More than 90% of the people who are entering our prisons and jails have unaddressed trauma. Early childhood victimization, chronic exposure to violence, loss of family members to violence. All too often, these experiences go totally unaddressed. And the public health research is clear on how unaddressed trauma leads to hypervigilance and chronic health challenges. The well-known phrase that hurt people rings really true when you look at these facts of who's entering our prisons and jails. I remember the young people I was referencing earlier, when I was representing young people in, 20 years ago, every young person I met facing time behind bars had been a victim of crime long before. There was the one young woman who'd been sexually assaulted as a child, taken out of her home only to be sexually assaulted again in foster care. Another young man had witnessed more than a dozen murders in his neighborhood before his 15th birthday. So these were young people who were never protected from harm and whose trauma was never recognized. It should come as no surprise that they ended up in the back of a police car. And, I remember sitting and thinking, where was their support when they were victims? Where were their victims' rights? And what if they had gotten support? Where would that have landed us several years later? So what the justice system does is it kind of becomes the main response, and it adds trauma to trauma. Most of our jails that these young people were sitting in, that many millions of people cycle in and out of, are literally designed from the ground up to cut people off from humanity. Concrete cells, isolation, secondary violence happening inside prisons and jails, primary violence. In the name of victims, we've essentially built up a system that either disregards or discriminates against most victims, and then also adds trauma to people who are traumatized entering that system. And that is sort of the devastating picture that we need to confront in order to chart a new path to safety. But there's a lot of reason for hope. Just as hurt people, healed people also healed people. And there's a new safety movement that's building right now across the country that is doing just that. It's centered on healing, and it's centered on healed people healing others. That starts with addressing trauma. Supporting victims of violence is not just the morally right thing to do here. It's the safest thing to do. It's about preventing cycles of harm. And that should really be our top goal in our public safety systems is preventing cycles of harm. So supporting victims of violence to get trauma recovery help is a centerpiece for what we should be thinking about when it comes to public safety. And there are many ways, many forms that can take. We've seen formerly incarcerated leaders building reentry programs to offer lifelines to people coming out of the system, people who've been hurt by gun violence, leading community violence interruption efforts at the neighborhood level. Survivor leaders are creating trauma recovery centers, community-based comprehensive wraparound trauma recovery centers. for healing centered solutions. That's what an ecosystem of prevention rooted in community partnership can really look like. So throwing a lot out at you, let me just close out and make sure we have time for questions. But I want to come back to Eric. He was eventually able to find support and stabilize, but it actually wasn't through the justice system or through the state official victims programs. There's a community organization called Detroit Friends and Family, founded by Ray Winans, and he's been supporting Eric as he adjusts to his new life. And that is really what safety looks like, is that person-to-person healing opportunity. Not a lot like the political slogans that we've been inundated with for the last few decades. It doesn't look a whole lot like growing the justice system. It really looks like seeing people and asking, do you need help? So let me stop there and see if we have time for discussion.
Okay, just a moment here. All right. Lenore, let me ask a question. If you would elaborate a little bit more for us on what it is that the research that you cite in depth in your book and that you've become aware of since perhaps, that shows that what is it that victims really want and need from the justice system or from community services or something like that to deal with the trauma that they have experienced as a victim of crime?
So Alliance for Safety and Justice, we've surveyed about 10,000 survivors of crime across the United States over the last decade. And what we have found kind of really flips on its head sort of traditional notions of who victims are and what victims want. As I indicated in my prior comments, the most important thing to confront is how few victims get help from the justice system at all. 9 in 10 get no compensation or access to trauma recovery. For 4 out of 5, there's no response from the justice system on the crime itself. So we've got a real gap there. But then when you ask survivors of violence and crime, what do you want from your public safety systems? What we have found through our surveys and our outreach is that the number one priority is for what happened to never happen again. And so there's a strong resonance with the concepts of rehabilitation, of healing trauma, and of building strong communities as the best pathways to safety. Victims by a margin of 2 to 1 prefer rehabilitation over punishment. By similar margins, prefer shorter sentences with sentences that emphasize rehabilitation over seeking and achieving the toughest sentence possible in court. Victims prefer options beyond traditional incarceration to resolve crime cases, so whether that's restorative justice or community service or mental health treatment, if that's of need. Those are the kinds of sort of comprehensive set of solutions that are focused on stopping the cycle. I think that's key from what we can learn from direct engagement with survivors, is that stopping the cycle is more important than the cultural mythology of vengeance. And that cultural mythology has added to trauma as opposed to healed it.
Are there any questions here from the in-person audience? I don't see anything coming up in the chat. Lenore, we really appreciate you joining us all the way from California. And I'd encourage people who want to explore this topic further to take a look at her book. It's a good read, and it's full of examples of the sorts of things she's talking about. Okay, we're getting late in the day here, so I'm going to be relatively brief in my remarks, and then I'll make some comments about what is coming up tomorrow. Okay, so as some of you who were here at the beginning know, my name is David Risley. I'm a former career federal prosecutor, and before that I was a state prosecutor for a short time. And my career as a prosecutor has spanned everything from doing traffic tickets and traffic cases and DUI cases early in my career to later on doing terrorism cases and being a legal advisor in the trial, the investigations of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. It's been quite a span in there. And I work for the Department of Justice. So I've thought about justice a lot. And I think of myself as a crime fighter. Now, in that regard, and this sets up some of the things I'm going to say after this, it isn't getting tough on crime to keep doing the same things and expecting to get different results. It isn't getting tough on crime to double down on doing the same things and expecting to get different results. This began to, well, it didn't begin, but this, one of the things that sticks out in my mind that happened, I was a prosecutor long enough that I'm based in Springfield, Illinois, that some of the people I prosecuted during my time doing drug conspiracy cases would recycle and come back to the community, and I would encounter them. One of them was a man who made the comment to me, Dave, what do you think a bunch of criminals all crammed together all day, every day, talk about crime, how to commit it, and how to get away with it? Prison is crime college. That's what he said. Now, so when you think about, we send people to prison because we want to, what, keep the public safe and we want to punish them. And I had another defendant who, well, a witness in a case, a serious gang case involving the gangster disciples, which were big in Chicago, and this, and but also their branches downstate in Illinois. And this guy was charged in state court with being the driver of a car that was involved in a drive-by shooting, a murder case. And they cut a deal with him that if he testified in their case and my case, that he could get a reduced sentence, a maximum, I think, something like 7 years in whatever charge he was facing, and the minimum, something like 1.5 years, something in that order. So I was talking to him in preparation for his testimony, and I said, I'm assuming when on cross-examination, you're probably going to be asked, so, you know, you are hoping to get a sentence of 1 year, right? He goes, oh, no. And he said, I want at least 2 or 3 years. I said, you've been to prison before, right? Right. And you're hoping for a sentence of 2 or 3 years instead of 1? Yeah. Why? He said, because 1 year wouldn't give me enough time to buff up and take all the classes I want. Oh, okay. Now put the two things I just pointed out to you. You know, prison is crime college, and, you know, it's not, here's somebody who's been to prison before. It's not really viewing as a punishment. It's more like advancing his career than anything. Are we achieving our criminal justice objectives through a punishment approach to crime? Now let's compound this with the theme of this meeting, which is that if we look at, let's look at the topic of gun violence. Okay, when I was in the governor's office, we've got it up in Chicago. People know across the country there's a pretty serious problem with gun violence. But they may not know there are other parts of Illinois that have more serious problems with gun violence per capita than even Chicago. And I don't think Illinois is different than Pennsylvania, where you're going to hear about some later, or other states. If you were to look at it as a disease, gun violence as a disease, what would be the carrier? The carrier, in most cases, is trauma. Now, if you're going to fight the disease of gun violence, and if trauma is the carrier of the disease, and your objective is to reduce gun violence, does it make sense to compound the trauma, as Lenore Anderson was just talking about, by sending people, the hurt people who are hurting people, to prison, where the trauma is compounded by design, and where they're in the concentrated company of other criminals? So if they're not inclined to be criminal, their trauma is increasing. And if they are inclined to be criminal, they're being educated to become better criminals. That, I'm going to tell you, as a crime fighter, doesn't make any sense. I mean, seriously, that's not a rational approach to justice, but that's the way we do it. But is it the only way we do it? Is it the only way it's being done? No, it's not the only way to do it. And in the governor's office, in the governor's office, my mantra was, we need to shift from a punishment paradigm of justice to a problem-solving paradigm of justice. Now, if you do that, everything changes. And I mean everything. So if you look at problem solving as being the objective, problem solving starts with understanding the problem, right? And that means you need to look at each person who's come into contact with the criminal justice system. And by the way, the criminal justice system needs to come in contact with people. There need to be interventions. There needs to be accountability. That's not really the question. The question is, what happens after that? Well, I'll give you one model. We have problem-solving courts here in Illinois and across the country. In a problem-solving court, the judge is going to be looking at what has brought this person before me today in this judicial proceeding. And it's a select group that come before them, because the problem-solving courts, whether they be drug courts, veterans courts, whether they just be a problem-solving court for general crimes, whatever they may be, they focus on a population that is called high risk, high need, high risk of recidivism. These are people that have been through the system, the cycle over and over, and high need. These are the toughest cases to break the cycle. And what they do is they bring in all the resources available to the court, and some that are specifically designed for this, and they work with the people on a short leash. You know, they need to be serious about it, about trying to break the cycle themselves, or else they're going to go back to prison and recycle again. And some of them do come back before problem-solving court more than once. The point is, here with focusing these resources on people who are high risk, high need, high risk of recidivism and high need, there's a high rate of success in breaking the cycle. These are the toughest cases. It's happening. Problem-solving courts. Now, why isn't every court a problem-solving court? The resource riddle that we talked about before. It's a zero-sum game. To bring these sorts of resources together is an expensive proposition. It's resource intensive, therefore it's cost intensive, and it just can't, there's not enough resources to scale it up. But it illustrates that it can be done. It's not that we don't know what the answers are. The fact of the matter is, for this and a lot of other reasons, we do know what the answers are. We do what the solutions, we understand a great deal more about the problem than we did even 10 years ago, and we understand more about the solutions. The problem is the resource riddle. Well, how do you solve the resource riddle? Well, that all boils down to being a matter of priorities. And as long as people think that it's getting tough on crime to send people to prison and teach them a lesson, then it's not going to be a high priority to do something different. And so we need to educate people as to how that happens. Now, let me speak to, I mentioned earlier, the research of Lonnie Athens, the criminologist who talked about violentization when he dealt with seriously dangerous, violent people. You can look up Lonnie Athens and violentization. His work has sometimes been criticized because he didn't use traditional scientific method used by social scientists, which he readily admits. He sat down and he actually talked to the people. He didn't give them a survey. He didn't do statistical analysis about them. He talked to them about their history, case studies, a case study approach to it. And he's sometimes criticized because, well, there are a lot of other reasons besides this process of violentization that lead people to commit acts of violence. He didn't deny that. He was looking at a particular population, the most dangerous of the dangerous, and what made them that way, what brought them to that point. And he found virtually universally, I think he actually said universally, with everybody that he studied, they've gone through these stages, but he was able to identify stages of violentization. And as I mentioned before, this process is driven by, it's an adaptive response to trauma, not just a one-time trauma, but trauma that is happening on a chronic basis. Trauma that is experienced personally, trauma that is experienced personally in a vicarious way by virtue of seeing the trauma happen to others who are loved or who are family members, friends, people in the community, and then coaching along the way to teach them that if you're going to survive in this violent world, then you've got to become violent, or you're going to die. It's a life or death choice. Either you become what you fear, as one of the people I interviewed said, or you and the people you love are going to be subjected to violence continually, because your weakness will be just like a magnet for people who love to prey on the weak. So you have to become strong. And so they become, stage 2, belligerent, defiant in school. And they become reactive to anything perceived insults where they are subjected to something that makes big me, little you. And so they fight back. Okay, people wonder, well, why is it that people respond violently to these insults, like on social media? Actually, here in Chicago, one of the things they found that one of the big drivers of violence in Chicago was insults on social media. Why would they worry about that? I mean, for crying out loud, that's trivial. Not when you look at the process, progressive process of violentization that Lonnie Athens described, because this is a response to anything that would trigger this belligerent, even violent response to anything that feels like subjugation, which is what they felt like when they were being victimized. They felt weak. They felt helpless, and they made a determination. I will never feel this way again. And when somebody insults them, they feel weak, helpless, unless they fight back. Okay, this is an adaptive response to trauma. We call it crime. Now, do you think punishing them is going to solve that problem? It may contain them, because prison does do one thing and one thing well, and that is incapacitates people. It contains them. But what happens with them if you're going to solve the problem? Eventually, they're going to be released. And if they're going to be released more dangerous to the community than they went in, and with fewer alternatives to crime because of all of the impediments that happen, because now they're convicted felons, then we're not actually taking a rational approach to crime fighting from a public safety standpoint or from a justice standpoint, because justice, if anything, means fair is fair. I mean, look at this person. Once you understand them and how they got there and why they're reacting the way they would, why they are, oh, that really changes the way you think of what would be just in this case. Okay, so now, with that in mind, let's take a practical application. Let's take school violence. Okay, we had a school violence task force in the governor's office. And one of the things in looking at that, if you want to reduce school violence, I can tell you what most people's response is: to look at external factors in the community to make the community safe so that the school is safe, which is an impractical objective. There are actually three concentric rings, the way I conceive it, but three concentric rings of defense. Inside the school, the perimeter of the school, the doors, the windows, and all of that, and then the external environment in the community. All right. The one over which we have the least control is the community, like prevalence of guns, things of that sort. Oh, come on, we're awash in guns. You know, that isn't going to make our schools safe. I'm talking in practical terms. What is the greatest threat? Well, the greatest threat is actually inside the school. Most of the gun violence in schools happens from students themselves, not somebody attacking and getting in. That happens, Uvalde and places like that. But in most instances, it's internally. And what does that come from? Well, it comes from students who, when they do the case studies of what led them to the point where they were attacking their fellow students, you see that happen over and over again. How often does bullying, victims of bullying come up, or other traumas? How much is domestic violence in their backgrounds? In other words, unaddressed trauma inside the school is the greatest threat to the safety of the students inside the school. And yet, what resources are available to do that? Schools struggle with that. I mean, hence our conversation earlier about Medicaid, about private insurance, having contracts with behavioral health service providers, things of that sort. If you want to protect the students inside the school, then it requires, from a problem-saving perspective, a trauma-informed and trauma-responsive approach. This business of trying to stop the violence by locks, they're important, but it isn't addressing the greatest threat. And the community, you know, having an aspiration for a gun-free community, whatever the merit of the aspiration may be, it's not practical. It just isn't going to happen. So here we are again, addressing crime. In this case, it's violence inside schools by means of addressing trauma as being the most important way to do that. So we want to break the cycle of hurting people, then to pick up on what Lenore Anderson was sharing, we need to intervene early when people present, when their first involvement, whether it be with the Department of Children and Family Services, with the school mental health issues, the school resource officer, the law enforcement officers out on the street, somebody responding to a domestic violence calls, whatever it may be. The earlier the trauma-informed intervention and response are, the less likely they are to be one of those hurt people who hurt people. That's how you fight crime. Now, you don't punish your way out of that problem. As I said, prison incarceration is important as a means of intervention to put a stop to things. But what happens next? Well, I'm an advocate for taking approaches where justice, instead of being viewed as punishment, justice is viewed as healing and problem solving, making things right. That leads to things like restorative justice. And in restorative justice, that's the whole point. It's instead of being offender oriented, which is the criminal justice system, it is victim oriented. What is justice for the victim? Well, you heard Lenore say, for the victim, most of them in the studies that they've done, more than anything, what they want is for no one else to be victimized. What does that require? Well, here we have somebody, a hurt person who has hurt this victim. How are they going to prevent this from happening? The victims want that person who hurt them to get some help so they don't do this again. The victims want trauma-informed responses. And yet in their names, we increase the trauma, sending them off to prison. Things are not aligned logically or in terms of out. And with where I started, which is that it's not crime fighting to double down on doing the same and expecting different results. We cannot punish our way out of crime, particularly violent crime, particularly trauma related. We can't punish our way out of crime that's caused by dopamine craving. We can't punish our way out of crime that is a result of mental health issues. We have to identify what's the cause of the crime and deal with that. That's crime fighting. And if we had that as a priority, well, I can guarantee you our budget would change differently and the resource riddle would begin to be addressed. People are going to squawk because they're on the losing end of that. But that's just reality. I share that with you as a criminal justice professional, as a crime fighter. Okay, any questions?
Can you talk to us a little bit about your podcast?
Oh, yeah. So the question was, for those who didn't hear it, talk to you about my podcast. Okay, when I was in the governor's office, I met people up here in Chicago, particularly, that had some remarkable stories to tell that they shared with me, including, start off with two guys, Michael Tafoya and Eddie Bocanegra, who had gone to prison for murder. You couldn't meet two finer men. Eddie Bocanegra, convicted of murder. And listening to their stories of what brought them to that point, what they experienced in prison, and what was the turning point in their lives, to me was powerful. And I said to them, different times, occasions, this is a story that needs to be told. And then I thought, who's going to do it? Now, mind you, I'm in the governor's office, right? I have the ear of the governor on criminal justice issues, and we deal with, you think that would be a position where I can change things. No, let me tell you, trying to change things from the top down in a political environment, like in a governor's office or like that, is like trying to push a rope. You're working on the wrong end, because politicians respond to what the public wants. So that's the right end. You know, if you want to work on the right end of the rope, you got to work with educating the public and changing public attitudes. And what changes public attitudes more than stories? So along the way, the light bulb went on. Who's going to do it? I'm going to do it. Now, I will say, I have a problem, which is you listen to the content, and this is powerful stuff. But there aren't a lot of people listening because they are more interested in entertainment, things of that sort. This is serious stuff. And so I haven't exactly solved that problem. There are people who are people of influence who are subscribers and who listen, and so that's good. But who are the biggest influencers? The general public. So I'm trying to get there. One of the things that I'm doing is working with. First I was talking to people like Michael Tafoya and Eddie Bocanegra. My last, next to last person I talked to was Linda Daniels. Okay, now this was a shift. Linda Daniels was a victim. She was the mother of a young man, of a son who was killed in gun violence here in Chicago. And in court, she forgave the man who killed her son. And I asked her, what brought you to this, where you forgave the man who killed your son? She kind of cocked her head and looked at me and said, I believe in the word of God. And she shared with me, and it's in the podcast, what it is, how she was healed by forgiving. And how that to her was living the golden rule. Okay, victim voices. Why don't we expand that? The voices of victims, their stories need to be told too. And then that leads to people to say, well, what do we need to do? What are the answers? Okay, well, I've talked to the Chicago Crime Lab. We're going to go to another dimension, where we talk about answers to that. There's some great things happening in Bronzeville, a neighborhood here in Chicago, that I'm arranging a interview with Pastor Chris Harris there, and who has led through a faith-based organization, a very trauma-informed, responsive program that's part of the Bronzeville Community Action Plan. I want to talk about that, so stay tuned. There's stories that need to be told. There's voices that need to be heard. That's what Justice Voices is. Any other questions? All right, yes. Let me go back to the back here, skip over you to Rob.
Well, I share with you, as you know, our mutual experience as federal prosecutors. I guess, and while it is amazing when a victim, especially a homicide victim, says, I will forgive the person who did this to my son, whatever. That is not a universal, at least in my experience, that is not universal. And while I think it is wonderful when it happens, for some people, they're so deeply traumatized as a victim, whatever, if it's Carey's trauma, that it's a life they can't forgive. They cannot, they have a hard time even moving them. There's an organization in Philadelphia.
Can I, before you go ahead, because not everybody can hear you back there.
Oh.
What's been said is one of my colleagues, as a former federal prosecutor here, has brought up that, well, it's wonderful when somebody who's the victim of the surviving victim of a homicide forgives the person who committed the homicide. That's not universal. And that some people, they just can't get past it. And anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's an organization, and this is just the frightening and tragic reality of America today, but there's an organization in Philadelphia known as Mothers in Charge. And as a matter of fact, they're having their 20th anniversary gala next week on the 24th in Philadelphia. There are now chapters of Mothers in Charge across the United States. And it was set up by a woman by the name of Dorothy Johnson Spike, whose son was murdered. And these are mothers who have lost someone to gun violence and violence generally, but mostly gun violence. And again, having spent almost 20 years working with this organization and knowing a number of the women, the moms. Again, there's the trauma that impacts the, I know we weren't supposed to use the word survivors, but
They are survivors.
they are survivors. And they are victims, and they've experienced the ultimate loss in their life. So it is incredibly difficult.
Okay, so what Rob is talked about is an organization that he's been worked with, or had some sort of connection with for over 20 years. Mothers in Charge, and they have chapters in a lot of places, apparently. And this lingering trauma as being the surviving victim of a homicide. Now that's, of course, an issue, isn't it? One of the things that comes to my mind is, how do we respond to that trauma? Because if we don't, how dare we call it justice? If justice isn't healing, it's not justice. And so one of the questions that comes to mind is, would that trauma be healed by, for example, executing the person who killed their loved one, whoever it is? And they find that, you know, that in itself, while maybe it brings a sense of closure to the case, it's not necessarily healing. The trauma still lingers, and it's something that has to be addressed to the extent it is addressable. I remember in the governor's office, while I didn't deal with clemency issues a lot. Clemency is where the governor exercises power unique to a governor or a president, in the case of the federal system, to reduce or commute a sentence or pardon. So some form of relief from a criminal conviction. And there was a man who had committed a murder, had murdered someone's son. And he was applying, he'd served quite a long time in prison. He was applying to the governor for clemency. And as part of his packet that he submitted, there was a letter in support of his petition for clemency. That was a letter that was from the father of the victim. And the father said, at first, my wife and I, at the time that our son was killed, we wanted this man to be executed. It wasn't legally possible in Illinois by that time. No death penalty, but that's what we wanted. We demanded punishment, and he took the life of our son, and he ought to be executed. That was our view of justice. And he said, as years passed, something just told me I should make contact with this man. And he did in the prison. Probably it came as a surprise to the guy. And over the next few years, they become acquainted. The more this man got to know, and his wife through him got to know the man who had killed their son and about them, something changed. He was healed. I think personally, God had a role in that, of healing. Regardless, it was real. And here the man is filing a petition with the governor for clemency. I can't remember what kind of clemency, probably a reduced sentence. And this man filed a letter, which was very moving and memorable to me, in support of that petition. And he just had a change of heart. So I think that even with victims who may demand vengeance at the time, it may be unsatisfying if they got it, and it isn't necessarily healing. This is one man. I just tell you one story. It's not everybody's story. The real point is, what victims need ought to be what we ought to be looking at as the focus, if we're really going to seek justice. Rob, you had a follow-up.
I feel like you and I could talk for the rest of the afternoon, and you probably want to end this, but
some people do. They probably have.
Well, see, but I was just going to say that the flip side of this conversation, and I oversee an organization, it's a statewide effort out of the.
Rob, by the way, who's speaking, you can hear him. You gotta clear my voice. Rob is, I said he was a former federal prosecutor. He also works now in the Attorney General's office in Pennsylvania. We're going to hear from him later because one of the things that he led or participated in as a leader was on a commission to develop recommendations and policies for a trauma-informed criminal justice system in Pennsylvania. We really look forward to that. So go ahead, Rob.
Well, the Attorney General's office has created something called the Pennsylvania Reentry Council. And so the flip side of this conversation, and when we talk about hurt people, which was coined by a woman named Sandy Bloom, happens to be a friend of mine, but she's an extraordinary trauma expert. And but when you think about it and you really start finding out the backgrounds of so many people who are in prison, almost all of them, they are hurt people who hurt people. They're also perpetrators. They become perpetrators as a result, in part, of their victimization, which is maybe a different way of saying the same thing. But I know that at least planned, I'm not sure it's going to actually happen. There's a state correctional facility in Pennsylvania where they're planning on doing an apology and forgiveness summit, which is trying to reach out to the community and to the victims and their families of the crimes that they've committed, and to apologize to the victims, their families, their community, and their city or their state for all of the harm that caused, and which is pretty extraordinary.
That is, I hope people could hear that at least in part, and if not, Rob, I'm not going to try to repeat that. Hopefully you can talk about that a little bit in your presentation with your panel. Let me just close with this. One of my assignments with the Department of Justice was to be an attorney advisor to the Regime Crimes Liaison Office in Iraq at the time of the Saddam investigations and trials. And my particular assignment was to work with a judge who was investigating crimes against humanity and I believe attempted genocide against an indigenous population in the southern part of Iraq. There were vast marshlands in the southern part of Iraq inhabited by what's called these days the Marsh Arabs. They'd lived there long before as a culture, long before there was Iraq, long before there was Arabs. They're called the Marsh Arabs. That's a more modern term. They lived back at the time of Abraham of the Old Testament and beyond, probably, in a civilization largely unchanged. Saddam Hussein viewed, I think, the marshes a little bit like Sherwood Forest or something, and he decided anything he couldn't control, he would try to destroy. And what he had done is drain the marshes and attack the people who lived there, the Marsh Arabs. Horrendous things happened to them. People being buried alive in front of tribal sheikhs, leaders' eyes, just to send a message. People tortured, all kinds of things. The judge that I work with, an Iraqi investigative judge, it's a French system where the judges investigate, was actually a descendant of Marsh Arabs. In Marsh Arab terms, he would have been a prince, royalty. But I was an advisor to him. We went down to the southern part of Iraq, and while he was interviewing people from the tribe, the tribal sheikh leader came up to me and speaking through a translator, he said, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Americans and the British for leading us. Before, we were not even human. Now we're human again. And as we talked, He was just so gentle. He took some perfume. He reached out, he put it on the back of my hand. And a small diminutive man who described for me just horrendous things that they had experienced, that he had experienced, and he felt on behalf of his tribe, his people. It was obvious that the opportunity for them to sit down and talk to an Iraqi judge and tell their story was healing. It didn't really matter what happened with Saddam. Saddam lived, died, whatever. That wasn't the point. Nothing could be done to Saddam Hussein that would be the equivalent of what had been done to them. What was healing was to have someone listen to their story, an Iraqi judge. You know, South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, they decided not to go the way of retribution, but to seek somehow reconciliation, which was basically a truth-telling, or Rob, to your point, an apology to her, you know, a truth-telling to her. The point, bottom line is violence, and particularly gun violence, it is a disease, and trauma is the carrier. If we're going to fight it, we need to deal with the trauma, starting with the trauma of the victims. And if that happens early enough and often enough, maybe our schools will be safer. Maybe our streets will be safer. Maybe our jails will be smaller and our prisons smaller. And less money being spent, which is huge, on aspects of our criminal justice system that don't really address the problem or do so effectively. But that all subside. Now we're going to reconvene tomorrow. We're actually early. We're 17 minutes early. Let me, looking ahead till tomorrow, Heather, do you want to come up here and say anything?
Yeah.
I want to thank everyone for an amazing day. It's been a lot of information. I don't know about everybody else, but I have a lot of takeaways, and I'm very, ready for tomorrow, and very excited about and really appreciative of the opportunity today to hear amazing speakers, and we're very grateful for them. Tomorrow morning, we will do it all again. We will start at 9 o'clock, and we have a great mix tomorrow of international, private, public, non-for-profit speakers, and really just some really cool organizations. We're really super excited about it. There's going to be a great mix also of virtual and in person as well. So we encourage everyone to hop on as they can and participate. If you need anything or you have any questions between now and then, please feel free to email me or text me, and we will see everyone tomorrow. Thanks.
And Heather, the last comment, I just put it up here from Tara Bruno. Great day, y'all. Thanks so much for making this virtual.
Aw, you are welcome, Tara. Thank you.